This is so different, Mark, because I don't think Keir Starmer, or indeed any world leader at the moment, quite knows where they are with Donald Trump. They don't quite know what the relationship is. What are we, about 38 days into this presidency right now? And Donald Trump has proved himself to be such a hugely consequential president already. It's just gone midday here in Washington, D.C., midday on the north lawn of the White House as we await Prime Minister Starmer, who is currently at the British Embassy across town on Massachusetts Avenue. He's been there all morning having meetings with officials and I guess trying to fine-tune the game plan for this meeting. And I wonder, just as I'm wondering where to start with the so many different issues, I imagine that the number 10 team are also wondering where do they start, because clearly Ukraine right now is front and center. And remember that Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, who a week ago was in the eyes of Donald Trump a dictator, well, now he will be at the White House tomorrow at this time, apparently to sign a very consequential deal on rare earths in Ukraine. So Ukraine will be a key focus. I think the message from Keir Starmer there will essentially be don't abandon Ukraine, and by extension don't abandon Europe. I think he will talk about an American backstop, that America still needs to provide the military backstop, the military clout to allow Europe and, of course, Ukraine to continue to defend himself. But I think Keir Starmer will frame it in a way that Donald Trump will like. So he will make the point that, yes, did you see what I did last week or this week in terms of increasing our own defence spending? He will assure Donald Trump that other countries across Europe will be doing the same thing. And I think he'll frame it in such a way that he will give credit to Donald Trump for having made European leaders do that. And remember, during his first presidency, it was Trump who prompted partly Trump, who prompted NATO countries to spend more on defence. So it will be about not flattering Donald Trump, but thanking him maybe even for saying the quiet stuff out loud in terms of you guys need to spend more on your own defence. But he will, I think, probably say, look, in time, maybe we could do it on our own, but right now, don't pull the rug immediately, because Britain needs America, Europe needs America, and of course, Ukraine needs America. And then beyond that, trade, massive story, massive subject, massive headache. If it was the case that Ukraine was not an issue, then the number one conversation here when it gets going in a couple of hours would be trade. Whether or not Keir Starmer can persuade Donald Trump that the UK is not the European Union, that because of Brexit, a unintentional but fortuitous consequence of Brexit, you might say, Britain does not have a deficit when it comes to trade with the United States. He'll need to remind Donald Trump that and hope that maybe we can avoid, the UK can avoid the tariffs that he says he will impose on the European Union. But as an example of just how hard it is to read Donald Trump, he has said today that he will impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, that he will impose tariffs of we don't quite know how high on Europe as well. That despite his Treasury Secretary just yesterday saying that on Mexico and Canada, well, maybe they can still avoid those tariffs. So it's very hard to know how to read Donald Trump. It's hard for anyone to know, and it's certainly hard for the person who's going to be sitting there in the Oval Office in, 20 minutes' time, and that person will be Keir Starmer. One last thing I'd say, Mark, you and I were talking a little earlier on the phone, and you were wondering what was going to happen, how was it going to work? And the truth is we don't know, because with Donald Trump it's so unpredictable. If this had been Joe Biden here, there would have been an Oval Office moment where lots of reporters would have shouted questions. Neither leader would have replied to any of the questions. Then they'd have moved on to the talks and the news conference. In this case, that's probably not going to happen. There will be a free-for-all question and answer session in the Oval Office. That itself will be a moment of huge jeopardy for Keir Starmer. And then later on, we'll have the news conference itself. So much to watch over the coming hours, Mark.
OK, Mark, we'll speak again in a moment or two. Let's just go to Downing Street and speak to our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh. So all in all, Serena, a huge challenge this for Keir Starmer with an increasingly unpredictable president.
Yes, Downing Street is a bit quiet today. That's because they think they've done everything they can in preparation for this moment, this big moment that Keir Starmer has been preparing for months. And when what's at stake is peace, and that it might comes down to what happens between those two men in that room, the pressure really is on. Now, as Mark says, we will see a glimpse of that relationship in a few moments when we have that bilateral press moment in the Oval Office, and you'll get a flavour of how their personal relationship has developed. There will be a press conference a bit later on, but it seems from here that Downing Street are happy with how it's gone down on Capitol Hill today. The mood music seems to be positive. I think that's largely down to the UK defence spending announcement, this 2.5 GDP spending announcement in 2027. But the Prime Minister knows the big challenge, of course, is shaping the contours of this deal to secure US assistance in keeping long-term peace. So things like potential air cover that Donald Trump would have to sign off and be comfortable with. Now, he's set out his stall early. Of course, he says yesterday it was for Europe to shoulder the burden of this and to shoulder the burden of keeping any deal holding. There's also things that Keir Starmer will want to bring up, like tariffs, as Mark said, that he's announced tariffs 25% on the EU, and there's no suggestion that the UK would have a better deal, but Keir Starmer will have to be fighting that front too. Which to focus on, which to let go, might all come down to what happens in the room. So this is Keir Starmer's biggest diplomatic test to date, but also an opportunity to really lean on that UK-US special relationship.
OK, Serena, thank you very much indeed. Joining us now is Bronwyn Maddox, the director of Chatham House. Thanks very much for being with us. And, you know, these trips have traditionally been the chance to pay homage, as it were, to our greatest ally when it comes to security and friendship. But not this time. Things have really changed, haven't they?
They really have. This is more of a trap than a trip, if you like. They've been in the past a chance for a Prime Minister to look a little bigger, to emphasise the alliance, to emphasise all the things that the US and the UK have had in common. And some of those, no doubt, still there. But this one is incredibly difficult, as you've been hearing and discussing. Really, Keir Starmer has to get one big thing for Europe and one for the UK. One for Europe is American security guarantees for a European force in Ukraine. And that's not simple, because President Putin's current position is he doesn't want any force from any NATO country anywhere in Ukraine, and is trying to get Donald Trump over to the European view that, look, as your correspondents were saying, here's Keir Starmer saying, I've managed to get Europe together, I'm going to put in British forces and so on. We can do this. But it does need American guarantee from the air, maybe, and American enforcement of it with Russia. And then the thing he needs for the UK is, please give us a pass on the tariffs.
Yeah, and on your point, I mean, you say there's traps for Keir Starmer. I mean, what are those traps? And is one of them that, you know, he's got to find a way somehow of persuading the United States to provide this backstop, as they call it?
He's got to ask while seeming to offer. I think that is the difficult, dance of this particular conversation. If he just seems like a supplicant and turns up saying, we want this and we want this and we want this, it will press every wrong button in what we know of the Trump psyche. He will just say, no, yeah, go and do it for yourself. He's got to say, look, this is what we're doing, and you, Trump, have helped us realize, seen the light about what we need to do. You've got us to do what no other president has done for decades. Okay, we're stepping up, but we do need this from you. But the trouble is, we need this does come with a lot of steps, as I'm saying, and it's really asking Trump to understand the European position as he begins to negotiate again with the Russians. And we just don't know whether Trump is prepared to do that. One of the mysteries of all this is why Trump is quite so much taking the Russian side. We can see he's taking the side of American interest, but why he's gone quite so far so early to bringing in from the cold the country that he's telling Europeans to defend themselves against. that is one of the things that makes this a very difficult conversation.
Yes, I mean, because, this is about the way Trump sees Putin and the way he appears to be dealing with Putin. How does Starmer go about addressing that? And, I mean, it's tricky, but addressing that and making sure that Ukraine is not sold out here?
It is really difficult. I think the language is everything. He'll say, look, the world is looking to the United States to set a clear line on this. It's not, he can also say it's not in America's interest for this to be a peace that wouldn't last. So we've got to make sure that it lasts, we'll say at minimum cost or whatever. But it's trying to play to American interests and also make Trump look good by warning him of what might happen if he leans too far towards Russia without being so violently critical of Russia that it might lead Trump suddenly to side with Putin again and think, no, here's a lot of whinging Europeans again.
And just finally, Bronwyn, after 4 years of Trump, does this revert, do you think, back to, the way things were? Or are we seeing a permanent shift, in your view, in how the US sees Europe and the UK?
I think we're seeing a permanent shift. We're seeing that Americans are really, really concerned about things that are very close to home, including the cost of living, including migration. And that's how many of them, not all, are seeing the world. Even if you've got a president, Republican or Democrat, more in the conventional mold, more in the role that America has taken in the world, so much of that is based on trust. It's based on taboos not broken. And those taboos have been broken. And that trust, whether it's in NATO or in what America would do in any circumstance, has gone. And I don't think any president could bring it back just by echoing the great words of the past.
I said finally, just one more. I mean, there have been issues before. Harold Wilson, Vietnam, you think of Falklands, Iraq, Brexit to an extent. But does this feel to you like the biggest crisis since the war?
The biggest change, in a way. There have been differences of opinion, but starting from the same basic values. This is a huge change. And I can understand those writers who say the West is over, that common set of beliefs, of values that you can return to as a country, even if you're disagreeing over some point of trade or a particular conflict. And Iraq was ended up being a pretty big disagreement. This is different. So no, I think it's right up there in the scale of these things.
Bronwyn, thank you very much indeed. Bronwyn Maddox there. And let's just go back to Mark Stone, who is at the White House. And it's interesting, Mark, Bronwyn Maddox saying there it's the biggest change, not the biggest crisis. But for Starmer and Europe, this is hugely important. How important is it really to Donald Trump?
Great question, Mark. You would think maybe if you've been observing as we have so closely over the course of the past, 38 days or so, that it's not very important to him. That is why he is being so flippant with such deep ties between Europe and the United States. Maybe it's not all that important to him. And of course, that is precisely why Keir Starmer's job is so hard, as Emmanuel Macron's job was at the beginning of the week, as Volodymyr Zelensky's job will be tomorrow, to persuade Donald Trump that it does matter. And I think, he will need to borrow phrases from Donald Trump. He'll need to use Trump's own language to try and make his own argument stronger. Peace through strength is what Donald Trump talks about all the time. Well, peace through strength, so the Europeans would argue, can only come if America still stands alongside Europe to counter Russian aggression in the context of Ukraine, but more broadly, whether it's related to China or other matters. America cannot withdraw, as it seems to be doing. And I think that will be one key challenge for Keir Starmer. I mean, what Bronwyn said there, I thought it was a great phrase. He needs to be seen to ask while seeming, he needs to ask while being seen to offer. That's really key. And I think, you know, look out for anything that Keir Starmer does offer Donald Trump. Perhaps a state visit, perhaps some other lesser visit, but involving the royal family. Remember what Donald Trump loves. He loves Britain. He loves Scotland. He loves the royal family. He loves the trappings of the United Kingdom. And I think those are the sorts of things where Keir Starmer might be able to appeal to him. Look out too for what the gift will be. There's always a prime ministerial gift to the president. I don't have a clear sense of what it is, but I'm told it might well have something to do with Scotland and maybe something to do with tartan. We will see, but watch that space. But these are the sorts of, perhaps you might see them as trivial things that for President Trump mean something, mean a lot, mean a sort of a hand of friendship. And I think that those are the areas, as well as the deep, complicated diplomacy, those are the other areas where things might help the British, and clearly the French would have hoped at the beginning of the week they will help them too. Talking of trivia, I don't know how much we should read into this, Mark, but the Union flag, I can tell you, is currently flying upside down on Blair House. This clearly is a mistake. The Blair House is the presidential guest house. It's right here opposite the White House. It's where Keir Starmer stayed last night. It's where all world leaders stay when they come to visit the president, and it always flies the flag of the nation that's visiting. Well, as you know, it can easily be flown upside down by accident. Only an eagle-eyed person would spot it, but it's upside down. A sign of distress? I don't know.
Maybe that's the first issue that Keir Starmer raises with Donald Trump. I did hear,
maybe he ignores that one.
I did hear from someone not too distant from the White House that what Trump really wanted was the Open Golf Championship at his Turnberry golf course. Now, I mean, all this looks very small, but if you're talking about things that he wants flattery, he wants a, Open Golf Championship, he wants a royal visit, these things are quite important to Trump in a strange way.
And quite easy to offer when you're talking about the big things like peace on the continent of Europe and how America can help there. If it is as easy as offering him the golf or a state visit, then, well, go for it. I think that's probably what officials within the embassy here, within Downing Street, will be thinking. But let's see what's on offer in the hours ahead. The Guard of Honour is just taking shape here at the moment. What is it? It's just gone 20 past. So
Right.
The Prime Minister has been at the embassy, which with normal Washington traffic is about a 20-minute drive from here. But with the motorcade that he will be offered, I think it'll be probably a 5-minute, 10-minute drive or so. So he should be here pretty shortly. The doors of the Oval Office, as you can see, or the West Wing, I should say, as you can see there, are open. The President is in the West Wing. You can always tell when he's there because there is a Marine on the door, and the Marine currently holding the flag of the United Kingdom the right way up, I hope.
OK, Mark, stick with it and we'll come back to you in a second. We'll keep an eye on those pictures, of course, as well. And we're joined now by Angie Wong, who is a Trump supporter, Republican from Florida. Thank you very much for being with us. Now, I mean, the meeting, we've just been talking about how important and what a big deal this is for Keir Starmer. Will Donald Trump reckon this is a big deal or not?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, today is the high-stakes diplomacy meeting between the UK Prime Minister and President Donald Trump. I mean, this is a defining moment that could end the Ukraine-Russia conflict. And I think Keir Starmer being there shows that European leaders need to be part of this conversation. Remember, Zelensky, there's going to be a deal signed with him, as well as the United States, for a very big mineral deal on Friday. So I believe that European leaders are visiting the White House to get ahead of this because they want to be part of this conversation. They want to be part of the end ending of this conflict that's been going on for over 2 years. And they don't understand why. My question is, well, why hasn't it stopped before? Why hasn't European leaders gone to the White House prior to President Trump being there to, be a part of that conversation and also to try to end this conflict earlier?
But do you think part of that mineral deal will involve some sort of security guarantee for Ukraine? Because if that's the case, then that will be of considerable relief not only to Ukraine, but also to the Europeans. Do you think, it's going to take a sort of deal, a business deal for Trump to get security guarantees on the other side of that deal?
Well, we know President Trump is the art of the deal guy. He wrote the book on it. So, of course, he wants to make this deal. He wants to come off smelling like roses on this deal. And so does the EU, and so does Zelensky, and also Putin. How do we achieve that? And those are going to be the discussions talked about. Certainly, security borders is going to be one. I'm hearing rumors now that there could be talks of the U.S. military going in to helping the European Union to secure those borders going forward. And that's a huge commitment for the U.S. You're talking about putting U.S. troops there and for a number of years to make sure that there is a security deal. But all of this is wrapped up in a very large rare minerals deal that I think, a lot of nations would want. I'm struggling to see the leverage right now of what the EU can give to Trump. And that's something that, they have to arrive knowing that, because Trump is always going to want something. He started off yesterday saying, well, we might just, tariff everyone 25%. And, that is obviously a starting point for him, knowing that that is the beginning of a negotiation. That's what he does to every nation. And it's really up to Keir Starmer to walk him down from that.
But one of the problems with that the Europeans feel at the moment with Trump is the way he seems to be cozying up to Vladimir Putin, saying Putin was not the aggressor, Ukraine was, Zelensky is the dictator, Putin is the man, I can do business with. It all sounds to Europeans and to many in the UK, it all sounds very dangerous.
And that's exactly how Trump wants it to sound. He wants it to sound as if they have a very sound relationship, and they have had many, many meetings, and it seems like a friendship in the past. Now, that, of course, brings Zelensky to the negotiating table. That, of course, brings all these world leaders, including the UK Prime Minister, to the table for these discussions, if that's the starting point. Now, for Putin, he just has to sit back and watch all of this, because, at the end of the day, he may be able to secure the land that he's been after for the last couple of years during this war. Zelensky, for what we're hearing, he's on his way out. He has not had an election in over a year. So right now he's not an elected official.
Well, hold on a second. I mean, you can't have an election in the middle of a war. I mean, that is just not going to happen. You've got 8 to 10 million Ukrainians not in the country. You've got several million Ukrainians involved in the war itself. You've got other Ukrainians in territory currently held by the Russians. How on earth can you have an election in that situation? It would just be, not possible.
Well, if there was a ceasefire and that is signed into, if that's committed by both countries by the end of this week or next, well, they could hold elections. And I think that's where Zelensky is looking for either his next play or an exit. So I think all of this is wrapped up in these talks today with Keir Starmer and also with Macron, who just visited the White House.
But I mean, are you sure that Donald Trump is not being played here by Vladimir Putin, who must be thinking, I can't believe my luck? He's already said that Ukraine can't be in NATO. He's already conceded that there's not going to be the pre-2014 borders. I mean, Putin must be thinking he's, struck the jackpot with Trump on this.
Well, Donald Trump knows this situation very, very well. He's been talking about it all along during the campaign trail as well. He knows the five-dimensional chess he's playing. He knows how these players work. He knows the inner workings of them. And I think ultimately he wants to have a fair deal. Well, everyone wants to have a ceasefire at this point. Too many lives were lost. Too many, I mean, how many lives were lost from both sides on this war over the last 2 years? How many billions of dollars has the U.S. given to Zelensky to fight this war? All of this has to have an end date. And I think that would be the best outcome for this week, for all these world leaders visiting the White House. And it would be a great outcome for the world. Now, what does everyone get? That's what everyone wants to, that's why everyone's going to the White House right now.
OK, Andrew Wong, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you're looking at the pictures of the White House, and the preparations are underway for the arrival of Keir Starmer and his team for those talks with Donald Trump. And our political correspondent, well, I should say our political editor, Beth Rigby, is with the Starmer team and will hopefully be at the White House in a few moments to follow events there. But our correspondent, Sarina Barker-Singh, is in Downing Street. And Sarina, I'd imagine that there have been quite the preparations for this in Downing Street. And I just wonder also to what extent that they are being, they are cooperating with other European leaders, and particularly Macron, who was at the White House himself. How much of that has been going on?
Well, I think, as you say, a lot of it has been about preparation. They think they've done all that they can. I've just been speaking to staffers who had to man the fort whilst their colleagues are stateside, and they say this is a tense moment. Everyone is watching. They know how big this moment is. And I think the first glimpse of those interactions between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer, they'll be watching out for very quickly. As you say, Macron, those moments was quite informative when he decided to interject and correct Trump. Whether Keir Starmer decides to do that or not, we'll have to see, but I'm sure they would have prepared for moments like that, even played it out to see how they can react to moments like that. But yes, here, Downing Street, they think they've done everything they can. This defence spending, they've brought the Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, in tow, who has good relations with US officials. The relationship hasn't always been on solid ground, but they're hoping that Keir Starmer, Prime Minister, can turn that around today.
Sarina, thank you very much. Let's just go back to the White House, because Keir Starmer, quite clearly, the preparations are complete, and they are waiting now for Keir Starmer. Mark Stone is there. And as we were saying, Mark, I mean, this is a big moment for Keir Starmer, a real test, if you like, of his, statesmanship.
Yeah, a massive test of his statesmanship. Such a different character to Emmanuel Macron, who pipped him to the post and got here at the beginning of the week. But to answer the question that you posed just now, yes, they are coordinating. We know that Macron spoke to Starmer straight after his visit here at the beginning of the week, literally to compare notes. And I imagine that conversation would have involved Emmanuel Macron offering Keir Starmer some advice, given what he had learned over the course of the past of his trip on Monday. Remember that Macron and Trump have a deeper relationship. It goes back to Trump's first presidency. They know each other very, very well, and Macron's style is very different. There was a kind of bromance there that we're not going to get with Keir Starmer. It will be a different sort of meeting, but that's not to mean that Starmer will not have his own way of trying to persuade the American president on so many different issues. Of course, Ukraine is front and center, but it's almost going to be one of those meetings where, we've all been to them, where you've got so much to cram in, and then you come out at the other end and you think, oh God, I didn't talk about that. I mean, there's so many different things that need to get across, and in a forum that is going to be free flowing. I mean, the Oval Office moment will itself be free-flowing. And then, of course, the news conference later on after that, there will be some jeopardy. I'm told, I think President Trump, actually, you probably see on your, President Trump, you can see on your camera angle, is there. He has come out, doesn't always come out for world leaders, and we can see the SUV, the Suburban, carrying the British Prime Minister, is just making a a circle round to the West Wing door. You'll see it creeping into your shot any moment, I'm sure, where the meeting will begin. Let's listen in.
President Trump, can you get a peace deal done in Ukraine? Yes. How confident are you, sir?
Yeah, we will. Mr. Prime Minister, will you get a backstop with you?
Well, there we are. That's Keir Starmer arriving at the White House, and that tradition of yelling questions at the president and his guest was happening there. And interesting that Trump heard and answered, but Keir Starmer didn't really want to get involved with that. Mark Stone, we were just talking. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because for Trump, there's so many traps, as Bronwyn Maddox was saying earlier. It is full of traps, and it's going to it will be judged by how Starmer avoids falling into them.
Yeah, I should just say we could see the British team there heading in to the West Wing now after the Prime Minister, among them the Foreign Secretary David Lammy and Britain's new ambassador here, Peter Mandelson. They have all been at the British Embassy through the course of this morning, prepping for this all-important meeting, which will begin now. There was a shout out to President Trump, do you think you can achieve peace in Ukraine? I think I heard him say yes. But not much more than that, and nothing from Keir Starmer. But the body language to me seemed pretty warm as the two leaders headed into the West Wing for that Oval Office meeting. Remember, they've met before, and Donald Trump has spoken in positive terms about Keir Starmer, the man. I like the guy, he has said on a number of occasions. They met on the sidelines of a United Nations meeting in New York, and I can tell you that the British team put a huge amount of effort into trying to secure that meeting, which was before the inauguration. It was last year, a really important meeting from the British perspective, and they secured a dinner at the Penthouse in Trump Tower in Manhattan. David Lammy was there, Keir Starmer, of course, and a select few. And I think that meeting was a kind of an important moment to crystallize a new relationship, that between two men, Keir Starmer and Donald Trump. And it will be from that meeting that Keir Starmer hopes to build now. But of course, the backdrop, even since that meeting last year in Trump Tower, the backdrop is so different because Donald Trump is proving so quickly to be so controversial, so consequential, and so unpredictable.
Mark, thanks very much for the moment, and we're going to go to Fort Lauderdale just for the moment, because we understand the Tate brothers are about to emerge, and in fact have emerged. Let's listen to what they're saying.
Around about us on the internet. We've yet to be convicted of any crime in our lives ever. We have no criminal record anywhere on the planet ever. Our case was dismissed on the 19th of December in Romania under the Biden administration. And our prosecutor recently decided, because we have no active indictment in court, to let us go and return. This is a democratic society. It's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, as my brother and I are. And I think it's extremely important that we stop allowing media spin, wrap-up smears, lies, or carefully constructed narratives from George Soros-funded operations trying to destroy the reputations of good people who have no intention to do anything other than follow the law.
Why are you here in Florida? Did Donald Trump help get you the travel ban lifted? Did Donald Trump help get the travel ban lifted? Why are you guys here? Can you tell us? Why are you here in Florida?
Well, there we are. That's Andrew and Tristan Tate, who have arrived in Fort Lauderdale in Florida. He's saying our case has been dismissed, and he went on to say it's extremely important that we don't allow media spin, as he put it, and from others trying to destroy reputations. the brothers are charged with human trafficking in Romania. They arrived in Fort Lauderdale today after the authorities lifted travel restrictions imposed as part of the case. But the anti-organised crime agency in Romania have said today that the prosecutors approved a request to change the travel restrictions on the Tate, not saying who made that request. But then he said, the spokesman for the anti-organised crime agency, said the brothers are still required to appear before judicial authorities when summoned. So we'll have to wait to see how this all develops.
There's a lot of opinions about us, a lot of things that go around about us on the internet. We've yet to be convicted of any crime in our lives ever. We have no criminal record anywhere on the planet ever. Our case was dismissed on the 19th of December in Romania under the Biden administration. And our prosecutor recently decided, because we have no active indictment in court, to let us go and return. This is a democratic society. It's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, as my brother and I are. And I think it's extremely important that we stop allowing media spin, wrap-up smears, lies, or carefully constructed narratives from George Soros-funded operations trying to destroy the reputations of good people who have no intention to do anything other than follow the law.
So that's just in slightly better sound there, what Andrew Tate had to say. But they are in Fort Lauderdale in Florida tonight. Right, let's go back to the White House and events at the White House, where Keir Starmer has arrived in the last few moments for these crucial talks with Donald Trump. Let's bring in Sir Craig Oliver, who was the Downing Street Director of Communications under David Cameron. Also joining us, Philip Rieker, former US Ambassador to the UK. Sir Craig, first of all, I mean, you've done these White House visits with David Cameron. Just take us into the room, give us a sense of what will be happening.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge amount of setup, certainly in the time that I was doing it. You worked with the White House head of protocol, you worked with their press team, you worked with their policy team to make sure that there were going to be announcements that benefited both sides. I suspect it's incredibly different this time. When I was in number 10, it was very much about making sure that it was clear that these were two countries that were strategic partners, believed in the rule of law, believed in democracy, believed in NATO, and wanted to make sure that it was clear that they led on the world stage in that way. Keir Starmer's going in where all that spin-up ended. He's going into a situation where it's not entirely clear what he's going to get, and he's not entirely sure what the president's going to say to him. In the past, people visiting the White House could be pretty sure what the president was going to say.
Yes, I mean, sometimes I gather that, you know, things are sort of organised in advance. This is what we can talk about. This is how we will talk about it. As you say, with Donald Trump, things are so unpredictable, you know, it's difficult to know how it will all go. And for Starmer, so difficult and different, as you said, having to deal with Donald Trump at a time when the Western alliance is thrown into doubt in the way it is.
Certainly much more choreographed in my time. The announcements that were made, what the questions were likely to be, how they would deal with it, all agreed, all talked about beforehand, not to pull the wool over people's eyes, but to make sure that it was clear that here were two countries that stood together on the world stage and believed in the same things. As we've said, that's not the case now. Keir Starmer is going to have to try to persuade Donald Trump to make sure that Ukraine is supported properly here. He's clearly worried about some of the statements that have been said about Zelensky and Ukraine, but he also knows that if he puts a foot wrong, Trump's capable of slapping him and slapping him very, very hard. So it's a very difficult situation. It's a minefield for him that he's entering into. But earlier on, you were talking to your correspondent about it, saying, you know, he's got to avoid traps, that kind of thing. I think he's in a situation where he may be pushed into traps and there's very little he can do about it. If they're standing in the press conference and Donald Trump decides to riff on something or pull a surprise or have a negotiating tactic, you know, he will just do that, and there is nothing that Keir Starmer can do about it.
Philip Rieker, former US Ambassador to the UK. How should Keir Starmer deal with Donald Trump, do you think?
Well, Mark, first of all, good to be with you. And this brings back memories of my own time in the Oval Office with then Prime Minister Boris Johnson when he came to meet President Biden in 2021. Look, we all know President Trump is very unpredictable. He likes to be unpredictable. He likes to be off the cuff. This is a reality show. Narratives come, narratives move. But we've seen already here live on your program the arrival of Keir Starmer, the president greeting him at that West Wing entrance, a good sign. I think my sources tell me the president has a positive view of Prime Minister Starmer. They met, as you mentioned, in September at a dinner in the president's residence at Trump Tower in New York. So he has an opportunity to go in. Obviously, Ukraine will be on the agenda, but it won't be the only thing. I think we'll see soon probably a camera spray, the usual picture in front of the fireplace in two chairs, and there's supposed to be a press conference a bit later. I understand the president is joined by Vice President Vance and Secretary of State Rubio, and I think Chief of Staff Wiles. And of course, the team is with Prime Minister Starmer, including David Lammy and the new ambassador here, UK ambassador here in Washington. So there's an opportunity here for this meeting to be like so many meetings between the two closest partners, perhaps. And if you think about it, we're about to celebrate 250 years next year since the declaration of U.S. independence, and it reminds us of the special relationship in many aspects.
So, Craig, Keir Starmer and his team will have a clear idea, I assume, about what they want to walk away with here.
I think that what they'll want to walk away with is being unscathed. If there is a real opportunity, they'll try to make sure that they push Ukraine's agenda. I think they'll also be concerned about tariffs. They want to avoid the UK being sucked into a potential trade war, that kind of thing. But the reality is, I appreciate the diplomacy of what was said just before me. But the reality is the idea that this is a special relationship anymore has been really thrown upside down. We really don't agree on a lot of issues, and we have a junior partner in this relationship in as far as it is a special relationship, the UK Prime Minister, who's having to tread incredibly carefully because he's incredibly nervous about what the president is going to do. This is an administration that has claimed that Zelensky started the war in Ukraine. This is an administration that is making threats about trade war. These are not small things. They are things of deep concern to a country the size of the UK, and it's deeply problematic for Keir Starmer.
And Philip, what about that point? There is this perception in Europe and the UK that President Trump is in thrall in some way to President Putin. What do you make of that?
Well, I think we'll make more of it when we see President Zelensky at the White House tomorrow. As the White House has said, he'll be coming. The president has mentioned that. This is, of course, very much about Ukraine, about security in Europe. President Trump has been focused, even in his first term, of course, on getting countries, partners, allies to increase their defense spending. And Keir Starmer comes with that all-important 2.5% of GDP spending over the next 2 years. That's critical, and going up to 3% perhaps in your next parliament over a decade of time. That is obviously designed and was timed for the prime minister to be able to bring that to the president. I heard that the president's very pleased about that. I think he's commented on that. We'll see what they come out with in terms of discussing next steps on Ukraine. Prime Minister Starmer has also offered to be part of a security contingent. He's talked with France, of course, about some sort of joint expeditionary force. There is a better relationship, I think, now than it was just a few years ago with post-Brexit UK and the EU, including particularly France. So a lot on the table there. And as we've said, Donald Trump can be extremely unpredictable. He likes to be that way. And we just have to be prepared for what he may throw out in a press conference or later on.
Craig, is there a sense that Keir Starmer could push pretty hard on defence guarantees and on the Putin relationship because, he's not in the EU, he hasn't got that EU baggage, and we know what Trump thinks of the EU at the moment?
Well, Donald Trump likes people he perceives as winners, and Keir Starmer won a massive majority last year. And I think in Donald Trump's mind, he sees him as a winner who has delivered and had a big majority. So I think that's in his favour. I also think in his favour is he can say, look, this week I announced that I am going to increase defence spending in the UK. I'm following what you want. I'm pushing what you want. But I'm asking you to please take account of the fact that Zelensky and Ukrainian people are under terrible pressure and deserve our support, and that we do need to worry that sovereign territory of a democracy has been invaded. So I think he can push that. He needs to be careful how far he pushes it, but he can push it because he's played his cards reasonably well so far. But he has to be careful that he doesn't offend him. And what we do know also about Donald Trump is he loves a deal, and he loves to be the person who delivered the deal. So can you actually structure something which makes Donald Trump look good, looks like he's a hero, looks like he's the guy that's driven through the deal? If Keir Starmer can do that, it will be a great success. If he can't, he's going to have some problems.
Philip, Europe cares about what sort of deal it is. Does Donald Trump care enough about what sort of deal it is, or is a deal enough?
He needs to deliver a deal. As Craig Oliver said, that's what he's going to want. In his view, deals aren't win-win. They are winner and loser, and he will want to be seen as the winner. The details of any deal, of course, are what will be important, how it is actually implemented, the other elements of it. And we have to avoid listening to the spin that will come out from particularly the Russian side, or even out of the White House and various sources. Let's see what they actually reach. They've talked about, for instance, minerals and access for U.S. companies. There has to be security for companies to want to go in and do that and help the reconstruction and development of Ukraine. Security will be paramount. That's just a fact. So there's an opportunity here, and deals have other sweeteners that come with it. You spoke earlier about potential state visit, a second state visit for President Trump now in his second term to the UK. That's something I think he very much wants, to meet with the king, the royal family. He's already highlighted how pleased he is with those opportunities. So that may be very key. And who knows who may come and visit here in the US at the president's invitation. This is one aspect of relationship which is good. And I think, as Craig said, the UK is not in the EU. And this week, certainly, we've not heard favorable things out of the White House about the European Union.
But, Philip, what are we to make of this sort of idea that he wants not only peace deals, but he wants property and development deals thrown in? You know, there's this big mineral deal in Ukraine. He's talking about property and development in Gaza. What is that all about?
Well, look, those grab headlines. They make breaking news all over the world, keeping President Trump in the headlines every day. Something that is different, that throws people off, that throws off the press and others, comes out. And then you may not hear so much about it. The first week of the administration, it was suddenly Greenland. Canada was the 51st state, the Panama Canal. Haven't heard so much about those things right now. How that evolves, I think, is part of the bigger picture. He expresses some broad views about access, about winning for the United States, opportunities for American companies, and then the reality sinks in of what can be done. I think President Zelensky and the Ukrainians have indicated they very much welcome U.S. companies coming in and help them develop their resources, reconstruct their country after what the Russians under Putin have done to parts of Ukraine anyway. Ukrainians have shown enormous resilience and I'm
just seeing some pictures. I should just say I'm seeing some pictures of Starmer and Trump together. Can we?
They should be in the Oval Office now.
Yeah, we can't get on those pictures yet at the moment, but we can't take them yet, I'm told. But Craig, he will have agreed, will he, much of what he's going to say with the EU leader, you know, with Macron and other EU leaders, even if he is going as a leader from outside the EU, clearly.
Yeah, I think that there is certainly the Europeans, and I include the UK in that, have got a common agenda here and want to push that forward. So he will definitely have had conversations with European leaders to make sure that they are aligned and that they are pushing what they can push. Having said that, they also know the reality of this is, look, who knows what's being said inside the Oval Office at the moment. Trump is capable of going off in any number of directions. And the expectation that, this would form a normal line of conversation is not necessarily what is going to happen. I mean, the big point, and I think Philip and I are really circling around this, is, do we need to take Trump seriously and literally this time? Sometimes we do, but quite often he's shown himself that we need to take him seriously, but not literally. And exactly as Philip says, he will say some things that sound extreme, sound worrying, but actually they're for domestic consumption, they're to make himself look good, and it doesn't necessarily follow through. Having said that, there are some things where he does seem to be deadly serious and he is going to push through on it. So working that out for Starmer and navigating that world is incredibly difficult when you don't know which Donald Trump is going to turn up.
Yeah, well, Philip, well, let's not sort of beat about the bush any longer then. What should we believe with Trump? What should we take truthfully? What should we take literally?
I think the president has said through his campaign and certainly in these early weeks of his presidency, let's remember it's just 5 weeks that he's been back in office. Peace, he wants to see peace there. He was going to bring it on the first day. Of course, that didn't happen. And I think that was part of the reason there were distractions in all other directions. But a peace deal has to be something that actually lasts. He doesn't want to go down as someone who got a deal that then fell through. He doesn't want to be seen as someone who completely sold out Ukraine, because that doesn't make you a great peacemaker. So I think that's one of the things to keep in mind. And you hear him saying there that he can get a peace deal done. That, of course, is what he's pledged. So he's going to want to see a deal. But that takes work on the Russian side, too. The Russians will milk this for all they can to show that somehow the White House is entirely on their side. But this will be a delicate balancing act, I think we'll see. And it's an opportunity for Keir Starmer to talk to him privately, as well as what they may say publicly in the press availability.
Yeah, I'm just seeing some of the comments now being made. Keir Starmer has thanked Donald Trump for bringing possibility of peace to Ukraine. We want to make sure any Ukraine peace deal is enduring and lasts, says Keir Starmer. And Keir Starmer also, we're told, handed Donald Trump a letter from the King. What that said, we do not at the moment know, but clearly there's a bit more now. Starmer has, he said King Charles has invited Donald Trump for a second state visit. You were just talking about that, Philip, a second state visit to the UK. So the letter has been handed over before the really substantial talks get underway. And Keir Starmer says this is really special and historic, and I am told also from
Sky News get the full story first.
Is this now all your territory?
Yeah. The battlefield is outside the barricades. We are in the middle of a forest, in a jungle really, and they're attempting to keep these men alive. I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent. It's really dangerous. Many people have died riding it.
Starmer's gift to offer the golf at Turnberry, but maybe a second best for Donald Trump. Can you hear me? Yeah, sorry, interruption in my ear there. We did have confirmation of what may be second best for Donald Trump, a state visit. I mean, we know how important the royal family is to President Trump. We remember the last state visit during his first presidency. This is something that is in the gift of the British government, and it appears now to have come. We don't know when, though. I can tell you there are 3 state visits already scheduled this year in June, July, and in November. So it may well be that the state visit comes early next year. But this will be a diplomatic offering that I imagine Donald Trump will be thrilled with. There's been a little bit of talk on Ukraine as well. I should explain that this is happening now, but the pictures of the moment, the Oval Office moment, they will come to us a little bit after. But we're getting the lines that are coming out of that meeting now. and that Donald Trump has accepted that invitation for a state visit to the UK. We know too, as I say, that Ukraine has been talked about in quite some detail, and Donald Trump has been talking about his own successes as well. We're having great success, he says, in slimming down our own government. There's been a little chat, and you were talking about it, about the Tate brothers a few moments ago. Donald Trump says he knows nothing about the Tate case and Romania. Clearly, the Tates are dual UK-US citizens, so that is a potential kind of distraction issue that could come up. I mean, anything could come up in these meetings, and that's what makes it makes so much jeopardy for the British side here, because we don't quite know how it will pan out. I mean, will Elon Musk make an appearance at some point in the White House over the course of the next few hours? We know that Elon Musk has in the past seemed to have directly had it in for Keir Starmer. In tweets that he has issued over the course of the past few months. We know too that Elon Musk has said he wants to help financially reform, which is a massive thorn in the Labour Party's side, in Keir Starmer's side. So there's a fractious relationship with people who are not just close to Donald Trump, but right next to Donald Trump. And of course, we don't know what the choreography could be like over the course of the hours ahead. But the lines keep on coming out, and as they do, we will bring them to you. But it certainly seems to be the case that the British government wants to make something of this formal invitation of a state visit for Donald Trump to Buckingham Palace at some point in the next year.
Yeah, just 30 seconds to the top of the hour, Mark. Very quickly, Donald Trump just saying having this rare earth deal with Ukraine will be a backstop for Ukraine. So suggesting there, very quickly, if you can, that there will be some security guarantees.
Yeah, I mean, that is an argument that actually Emmanuel Macron highlighted at the beginning of the week, basically saying that if America is buying into a deal that gives it some of Ukraine's rare earths, then that in itself means that America has a stake in Ukraine's future. I don't think it is enough. I think what the Europeans and the British certainly want is a backstop that involves the status quo, American military support, at least for the time being, until the Brits and the Europeans can build up their own defence, and that's going to take years, decades.
Mark Stone there at the White House, and it is 6 o'clock, and to bring you up to date with what is happening is that Keir Starmer has arrived in the last half hour at the White House and is now inside talking to Donald Trump. There were a shouted question or two at the beginning. Can you bring peace to Ukraine? Donald Trump was asked, yes. He said. Keir Starmer then followed Donald Trump in, and those talks are now underway. Some public remarks are being made inside, and Keir Starmer handed a letter to Donald Trump in which there was an invitation from the King to a second state visit, an invitation which was promptly accepted by Donald Trump. They've been talking, both men have been talking about the seriousness of the situation, the urgency of the talks, and Donald Trump has just said, I'm seeing here, that Russia has been acting very well and we are well advanced on a peace deal. Quite what the details of that peace deal are, we don't yet know, but those talks are well and truly underway there at the White House. More on that in a moment, but to a little bit more breaking news now, and the Israel Defense Forces have admitted the attacks by Hamas on October the 7th, 2023 were a complete failure of Israeli security, and our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle is in Jerusalem for us, and well, I guess that admission really comes as no great surprise, because it was quite palpably a failure of security.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think that comes as a surprise, but it comes out of a very large internal investigation that they've carried out into what happened on October the 7th, the days leading up to it, and afterwards, and where the failings lie. And this is a very large report. It's looked into specific battles around certain kibbutzim, military bases, roads, etc. And it's very, very detailed. But the broad outline of it is that they admit that it's probably one of the greatest failings, if not the greatest failing, in their history. And the reason for that is that they completely underestimated what Hamas was up to. They admit that Hamas has spent years deceiving them. They think that the October the 7th attack plan was first conceived in 2017, and that it was worked on by Yahya Sinwar, Mohammed Daif, and others for many, many years, and that Hamas deliberately gave the impression to the Israelis that they didn't want conflict, that they wanted to try and strive for economic prosperity in Gaza. All the while, they were planning for October the 7th. They say that in 2022, so the year before the attacks, there were 3 occasions where they were about to launch those attacks, and then they didn't. And so the intelligence within the Israeli military, within the Israeli security establishment, was that Hamas didn't want a war. They didn't have the capability to fight a war. And the forces, or the force structure along the Gaza border on October the 7th was kind of at its lowest sort of point, really, just enough to manage the threat. They had this very expensive border wall that they thought could keep people behind it, and yet that totally failed. And they were taken completely by surprise by the brutality of the attack, the size of the attack. They say that Hamas came over in 3 main waves during October the 7th. And so this is kind of the main findings of an internal IDF investigation. It's taken them more than 50,000 man-hours to put together this investigation. But this is just the IDF. This does not include Israeli intelligence, Israeli police, Israeli government. And there are still calls within Israel for Benjamin Netanyahu to sanction a state commission of inquiry, basically a public inquiry into what happened. But for the moment, with the war still going on, albeit in a ceasefire period at the moment, Netanyahu is rejecting that.
Alistair, thank you very much indeed. And on an evening of much breaking news, there is yet more, this time from Rome. And it is our update on the Pope's health. And Lisa Holland joins us from the Vatican tonight. Lisa, bring us up to date with the health of Pope Francis.
Well, 6 days after the Vatican said that Pope Francis was in a critical condition, essentially saying that his life could go either way, we're being told by Vatican sources that there has been a slight improvement to the extent that they are now moving his designation from critical condition to a complex condition. So that denotes some small sense of improvement. They say that they are trying to get him off oxygen. They're trying to reduce the amount of oxygen that he's needing. Remember, he's been treated in hospital for pneumonia in both lungs and also severe bronchitis. They say that they alternated what they call high flow oxygen therapy with a venti mask. They say that this morning the Pope was having respiratory therapy, and that continued with rest throughout the course of the afternoon. So yes, some sense of positivity coming from the Vatican. Asked how long he would stay in hospital, Vatican sources said that this is still to be evaluated by his medical team. So we already know that tonight marks 14 nights in hospital for Pope Francis, but some sense of a positive update this evening from Vatican sources.
OK, Lisa, thank you very much indeed. So in short, the Pope has been moved from critical condition to what they call a complex condition, but things have been improving today. That's according to the Vatican. And over to the White House, where those talks between Keir Starmer and Donald Trump have begun. Our US correspondent Mark Stone is at the White House. And Mark, we've yet to see this conversation that goes on between the two before the substantive talks. We're waiting for that. But we do have some of the lines that have come from it. Bring us up to date.
Yeah, it seems to be going very well so far. Effusive praise from the American president to the UK and to Keir Starmer. He said, Donald Trump said, this is it's a very special place, the UK is, and he is a special man, and the United Kingdom is a wonderful country that I know well. I'm there a lot, so says Donald Trump. I'll be going there, and we expect to see each other in the near future. We will be announcing it. And he goes on to say, we're going to be discussing many things today. We're going to be discussing Russia, Ukraine, and we'll be discussing trade and lots of other items. And I think we are going to be getting along on every one of them, so said Donald Trump. We've had a tremendous relationship, and frankly, the Prime Minister and I have met twice before, and we get along famously, as you would say, and I look forward to it very much. So very warm words there by the American president, speaking of the United Kingdom, a country that he will now come to for a state visit at some point over the next 12 months or so. So that's positive. Our colleague, our political editor, Beth Rigby, is in the Oval Office at the moment. She'll be out here with us as soon as she can to give us a sense of what it was like in there. But she has asked a question of the two of them. It was about trade, such a key and such a complex issue. And it appears as though Donald Trump is accepting the British argument that the UK should not be coupled up with the European Union when it comes to trade. Remember, Trump has been quite clear that he does want to impose reciprocal tariffs on the European Union. He has said that the EU is treating us very badly, but that the UK is different. So that certainly will be good. In response to Donald Trump's to Beth Rigby's question, Mr. Trump said, "We happen to have a great relationship with you, but we do have problems with the EU. We don't like the way they are treating our companies, and we're going to have reciprocal tariffs there." So potentially really troubling problems in terms of economics and trade for the European Union, but maybe some more positive news for the UK, which has been arguing throughout that it doesn't have a deficit with America in terms of trade in the way that the European Union does, a sort of a fortuitous byproduct of Brexit, it turns out, all these years later, is that the UK is able to carve itself out and present itself as something somewhat different from the EU, which in this context is clearly very important indeed. But I think Ukraine will be such a key subject as well. Volodymyr Zelensky is here tomorrow. It's only a week since Donald Trump called Zelensky a dictator without elections, something that I think caught everyone in Europe off guard with, and I imagine that sort of thing will come up in conversation over the course of the hours ahead.
Yeah, I see that Donald Trump has been talking about Vladimir Putin, Mark, saying he does not think Putin would invade again if there is a peace deal with Ukraine. It would be interesting to see why he thinks that, whether that's tied up with any security guarantees that are being planned. And he goes on to say he thinks Putin will keep his word about any deal. And of course, all this about suspicion over Donald Trump's relationship with Putin, if anything, grows. And there are many who believe that Donald Trump fundamentally misreads Vladimir Putin. So it's all very interesting.
And I think on that, I think delicately, gently, one thing that Keir Starmer might do is to remind Donald Trump of Britain's history, Britain's complex history with Russia. Think of Salisbury, the Skripals. Think of Alexander Litvinenko. These are people who were assassinated by Russia on British soil. And so there's a very tangible, complex relationship that Britain has had with Russia, which allows Britain to be able to, and Keir Starmer to be able to say to Donald Trump, you shouldn't trust Vladimir Putin. He's not a man that you can trust. And for that reason, Europe, needs an American backstop. We've heard this phrase backstop many times over the past week or so. What they are arguing is that Donald Trump may want to put America first. He may want Europe to spend a lot more on its own defence. And we will, so Keir Starmer, I think, will say. But it can't be changed overnight. The symbiotic relationship between America and Europe is such at the moment that for America to switch off, to turn off the switch in terms of defence overnight would be existential for Europe, especially with such an unpredictable and untrustworthy man in Vladimir Putin. That, I think, will be Britain's argument gently to Donald Trump. And I think certainly the conversations I've had over the course of the past week with British officials, they're framing this by saying that Donald Trump's own language will be used. You know, Keir Starmer will talk about America's desire to have peace through strength, and that you can only get peace through strength if you are strong and if you back up your European allies. I think that's the kind of way that Keir Starmer will delicately, because it needs to be delicate with Trump, who has proved himself not just to be consequential but volatile as well. That's that kind of the way I think he will frame it. And another diplomat said to me the other day, I thought this was interesting, that maybe one way to frame it would be to remind Donald Trump, as he likes to remind everyone, what a disaster Afghanistan was. That happened under Biden's watch. That was Biden's legacy, the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Well, maybe Donald Trump doesn't need a short-term peace deal, which then ends up in Ukraine being a disaster for his legacy down the line. It needs to be a peace deal that endures. I think that will be a core message.
Yeah, and just finally for now, Mark, I mean, he's just been talking about President Zelensky, and he says that I want to work with President Zelensky, and I will. So this after days of insults about him, really.
Yeah, I think, you know, but behind the public insults that we saw, I think they jolted everyone. But I think also behind the scenes, at a slightly lower level, there was clearly an effort to come to an arrangement on this minerals deal, which Donald Trump is now framing as a way to deter Russia, because Putin won't mess around. So says Donald Trump, if US workers are there mining the ground. I think also it's probably true that if America has literally a stake in Ukraine's future and Ukraine's earth, then that will give it an incentive to make sure that Russia doesn't come back to fight another day. But what Europeans and what the Brits want is more than that, as we were discussing, that they want a continuation of the status quo when it comes to defence arrangements. I mean, it's worth pointing out, too, that to give a sense of how crucial this relationship is, Britain's nuclear defence is reliant on America. So if this is the beginning of a fundamental breakdown, and it doesn't sound like it with the words, but if the view is that America is shifting so far away from Europe and from NATO and from European defence, then that could have a detrimental impact on things like Britain's nuclear deterrence, because we rely on America for our nuclear capability as well.
Mark, for now, thanks very much indeed. Let's go to our political correspondent, Amanda Acass, who joins me from Downing Street, from Westminster. And, well, it seems reading the remarks that are coming out, the early remarks that are coming out, it seems as though things are going quite well. You've had the state visit offered and accepted. He's talked about Chagos Island, saying we'll talk about it, but we're inclined to go along with the UK on the rare earth deal. He said, but that will mean a backup for Ukraine. So that suggests some sort of security backup. So I guess Downing Street will be saying so far so good.
Yes, I think that's exactly right, really. Very warm words about Sir Keir Starmer, about the UK. Very pleased, of course, with that invitation for the second state visit being handed over with the personal letter from the King. That seemed to go down very well. That's something, of course, that Theresa May offered on her visit last time around. So Sir Keir Starmer effectively repeating that trick this time with the stakes rather higher. But yes, as you say, we know the key messages that Sir Keir Starmer really wanted to get across were about support for Ukraine, about trying to secure some kind of promise for a backstop in terms of a security guarantee if there is a peace deal with Russia. That the UK and indeed France have offered to send peacekeeping troops there in order to enforce that deal effectively, to ensure that peace is kept. But Sir Keir Starmer repeatedly made the point that the US would need to be involved with some kind of security guarantee in order to deter the Russians from invading again, as you've been saying, because of the nature of US military spending and firepower isn't something that overnight really can be completely transferred to the Europeans, even though, of course, that's something that the US has been talking about recently. So I think, as you say, the Number 10 will be pleased to hear the acknowledgement that there will be some kind of backstop surrounding the minerals deal, although I guess there are also questions around how much they mean additional US security guarantees, potentially in the form of air cover, has been talked about, because Trump has been quite insistent about not having American troops on the ground there, whether that means specific military backstop as opposed to US interests being on the ground and protected in that way. But other sticky issues as well, the Chagos deal. I mean, that's something that we have understood that the Trump administration have been exceedingly concerned about. So that was a deal that had been signed that was then really put on hold. It seemed Labour were really trying to rush it through before President Trump's inauguration. But now President Trump seems to be saying that they're minded to accept the deal on behalf of the UK, which means effectively handing the Chagos Islands, where there's this big joint military base between the UK and the US, over to Mauritius in line with international court rulings. The UK government arguing that's needed for the ongoing future security of that base. A lot of criticism here in the UK over that, handing over sovereignty to a country with close links to China. Donald Trump and his team clearly had a lot of questions about that, but now he seems to be saying, well, we're inclined to go with what the UK want to do, seeming to be very happy with the recommendations from Sir Keir Starmer. General body language, very warm as well. We've heard a lot about this dinner they previously had back in September, and Donald Trump repeatedly saying he gets on well with him. Now he's saying he gets along famously with him, which seems particularly friendly. I think obviously the devil will be in the detail about whether there is some kind of ironclad guarantee about a backstop, and Trump also saying, well, we don't yet know what's going to happen in terms of peacekeeping troops on the ground because we haven't got a peace deal yet. So clearly big caveats around that. Also, as Mark was mentioning earlier, delicate diplomatic questions around the joint US-UK nationals, the Tate brothers, who have just flown over, arrived in Florida. The UK Prime Minister under pressure to extradite them to face the criminal charges that they face here in the UK. That's something Downing Street have said they're not able to discuss publicly. So clearly also big questions about trade tariffs, whether the kind of tariffs, 25% Donald Trump talking about threatened for Europe, could be applied to the UK. Clearly the mood music, this kind of stressing the special relationship, the UK team will be hoping that it will be possible to carve out some kind of exemption, although we know that tariffs are on the way in terms of steel and aluminium. But Donald Trump talking about tariffs against a much broader range of goods in retaliation for VAT being charged on imports to the UK. So that's one of the other nitty-gritty issues which needs to be ironed out. But certainly at the moment, everything looks like it is going Sir Keir Starmer's way. Equally, Theresa May thought everything was going quite well when she met Donald Trump last time around. If you remember, she managed to get an expression of support for NATO during the press conference, which was something that she was really hoping to do. Very similar, really, looking back to 2018, she was concerned about President Trump sounding far too friendly with President Putin and disparaging about NATO. But anyway, then he ended up holding her hand as they walked out of the Oval Office, which wasn't the best look for her. But anyway, we'll soon find out what the two of them have to say in their press conference later. OK, Amanda, thank you very much. Donald Trump has been asked, so there are the two men. I mean, we're waiting for their remarks as they were sitting there. That'll be coming soon. That is the latest picture of them. And Donald Trump has been asked if he still believed that President Zelensky was a dictator, to which Donald Trump
replied, "Did I say that?" Well, with the greatest of respect, Mr. President, I think you did. Now, that is a picture which could well be, if I could see this, is that the letter from Charles? I don't know. It is the letter from King Charles. So that's the letter inviting Donald Trump on his second state visit to the UK, an invitation which Donald Trump has accepted verbally, and I'm sure he will dash off a letter to the King saying exactly that. So they've talked about a lot of things. They've talked about that second royal visit, and they've talked a lot about Ukraine. And Donald Trump has been saying that he trusts that Vladimir Putin is serious about a deal. When asked if does he put so much trust in Putin, he said trust and verify. So we'll see maybe what that means. But it does seem at the moment as if things are looking pretty good for Keir Starmer. Certainly that state visit offered and accepted. They started talking to, or they say they will talk about the Chagos Islands. Donald Trump said we're inclined to go along with the UK on that. And then on this rare earth deal with Ukraine, he's meeting Zelensky tomorrow, of course. They'll sign that. And he did suggest that that would come with some sort of backup for Ukraine. Now, whether that is the security backup that Keir Starmer is pretty keen to get and the Europeans are pretty keen to get, we have to wait and see. But there we are. Look, the smiles are there. We wait to hear the words. Mark Stone is outside and is seeing the same remarks that I'm seeing coming through on the agency wires. We have to wait to hear it for ourselves. But Mark, I mean, it does look as if things are going pretty well. They seem happy enough, certainly judging from that photograph.
Yeah, perhaps a little prickly in the last few moments, though, because there are others in the room as well. J.D. Vance, the Vice President, is there. And there's been a bit of discussion, I'm told, in the last few minutes about the comments J.D. Vance made at the Munich Security Conference a week or two ago, where he laid into Europe with extraordinary language that I think took them aback, talking about a lack of freedom of speech in Europe and in the UK as well. Vance singled out the UK as being problematic when it comes to freedom of speech. That was brought up in the last few moments in the Oval Office. J.D. Vance saying, we'll talk about it at lunch. Keir Starmer replying, we have had free speech for a very long time. It will last a long time, and I'm very proud of that. So maybe a few prickles there. We'll see when we get the images what the body language around those moments was. But, you know, the other point you just made very briefly, the fact that Trump can say a week after he called Zelensky a dictator, that he can now say, did I really say that? I mean, it just gives you a sense of, you know, that old adage, don't, take Trump seriously, but not literally. There are times when you can't take him literally or seriously. And that just gives you the... that just explains what a complex relationship other leaders have with Donald Trump, because right now things are swimming. Tomorrow, in the next hour, who knows what they'll be like.
Yeah. Well, that's a fair enough point. We're joined now by Jeremy Greenstock, former senior diplomat, UK ambassador to the UN for many years, seen it all before. Good evening. Thank you very much for being with us. And I just wonder what you make of the kind of music that's coming out of the White House right now.
Well, it sounds very positive. And I think the Prime Minister is getting somewhere on some areas. But the point has just been made that Trump is a volatile player, that you never quite know where you're going to be with him next. So we'll wait and see. But it's the details of the Ukraine deal, I think, that are most important as a target for the Prime Minister on this visit to try and achieve a lot of sense with. And that I'm still quite worried about, because Putin holds 20% of Ukrainian territory. There is no likelihood in the near future that he will ever give that up. There is nothing in this deal that pushes the Russians back from Ukrainian territory. I think President Zelensky will be very unhappy with that, wary about that. and will be looking for more cast-iron assurances from the Americans that if he does sign a deal, they will protect that deal indefinitely into the future in terms of no further Russian encroachment on Ukraine's sovereignty. So there's quite a lot still to play for that's not in the Prime Minister's hands. What do you make of the way that, on the face of it at least, Donald Trump seems to be enthralled to some extent to President Putin? How concerned are you about the nature of that relationship? I am concerned, but you never quite know with Donald Trump where he's going and what he is constructing. There is a rationale for bringing the Russians into a negotiation to stop the fighting and to prevent any fighting reoccurring in the future. But he is not mending the huge contravention of international law that the Russians have committed. He's not restoring the sovereign territory of Ukraine. And I think he has too light a view of President Putin's real contempt for the West, his wish to change the nature of Western-led global order, and his fierce determination to make sure that NATO is never a threat to Russia in the future. And if there is any sense of Putin playing Trump along in those wider strategic aims, I think we still have to be worried. There's also the whole sense that America may no longer be prepared to live up to Article 5 of the NATO treaty and come in and back Europeans up if they're actually attacked. And I hope we will learn that the Prime Minister has mentioned that, has underlined the importance of NATO in both directions for the United States. We will support them if they support us. And I haven't heard any reports yet that that has been a leading focus of the Prime Minister's démarche.
Sir Jeremy, we may have to break off in a moment to hear what they've got to say. But on that last point you're making about NATO and about international alliances, do you think this is, can revert back in 4 years' time, or do you think this is a fundamental resetting of the kind of post-war alliances?
I think that America might come back post-Trump to being much more friendly to Europe and to understanding that Europe's security is also part of America's security. I think that will come back, but the sense of trust in the United States has been broken by what has happened over the last few weeks. And I don't think that will be readily restored, even if there is a more pro-European president in the White House. It could happen again that there will be a non-pro-European president in the White House. So Europe now knows that it's got to look after itself with self-sufficiency, and perhaps that is a return to realism after an easy era of American support from afar.
Right, and just on the sort of narrower point of the sort of balancing act that Keir Starmer is playing in the White House, is there anything that Trump wants from the UK that will make it an easier negotiation for Keir Starmer?
I think he wants British backup in policing any agreement. The Prime Minister has said he might be prepared to put British troops on the ground in Ukraine under a firm arrangement. And I think that is something the Americans would want to see. I think the Americans always like having a sense that the Brits are a first ally when it comes to work to be done in international peacekeeping or policing or conflict prevention. So I think he seems in favour of continuing a good relationship with the UK, but I don't think we can apply the word special to it. The British Foreign Office never is allowed to use the word special relationship. We always know you have to bring something to the table. But if the atmosphere is good between the two leaders, then I think that is something that the Prime Minister is doing well to achieve.
OK, Sir Jeremy, I appreciate you coming on this evening. Thank you very much. And Mark Stone is at the White House. And Mark, interesting point there. If the atmosphere is good, that is in itself an achievement. And it does look as if the atmosphere is pretty good, or has been pretty good. We're seeing these pictures of the letter being handed over to Donald Trump reading the letter, and then smiles as he no doubt has accepted. But so, it all looks pretty good.
Yeah, well, that state visit offer invitation that has now been accepted, that's a pretty easy, achievable win for Britain. A letter from the King. We all know how fond of the royal family, how fond of the late Queen Donald Trump is, and so a clear, easy one for the British government to do there, and so they have. We've got colleagues have been watching the tape that we're about to play of the meeting, which was not filmed live, but we'll bring those pictures to you in a minute. And I'm told it's Macron levels of chumminess.
Right. OK. Well, look, we've got it now, so let's have a look.
Mr. Trump, what have you in common with Sir Keir Starmer?
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have Prime Minister Starmer in the Oval Office. It's a very special place, and he's a special man. And the United Kingdom is a wonderful. This is a wonderful country that I know very well. I'm there a lot, and I'll be going there, and we expect to see each other in the near future. We'll be announcing it, but. We're going to be discussing many things today. We'll be discussing Russia-Ukraine. We'll be discussing trade and lots of other items. And I think we can say that we're going to be getting along on every one of them. We've had a tremendous relationship. And frankly, the Prime Minister and I have met twice before, and we get along very famously, as you would say. And I look forward to it very much. We look forward to the day and the meeting. We'll be having a luncheon after this, and then another work session. And I believe we're going to have a press conference at the end. So I look forward to it. And Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I say thank you for your hospitality, for your leadership? We have met a number of times, we've talked a number of times, and we have had a very constructive conversation. I'm sure we will today. And of course, our countries have been bound together for a very long time now. The closest alliance, I think, of any two countries when it comes to prosperity and security. And I know that together we will strengthen that even further. And on issues like Ukraine, thank you for changing the conversation to bring about the possibility that now we can have a peace deal. And we want to work with you to make sure that peace deal is enduring, that it lasts, that it's a deal that goes down as a historic deal, that nobody breaches, and we'll work with you to make sure that that absolutely happens. And it is my pleasure to bring from His Majesty the King a letter. He sends his best wishes and his regards, of course, but he also asked me to bear this letter and bring it to you. So can I present the letter from the King to you?
Thank you very much. Am I supposed to read it right now?
Yeah, please do.
I will do.
I've got to tell him what your reaction is, so I need to know. I need to know.
He is a great gentleman, a great, great gentleman. Oh, that's well. Well, that is really nice. I must make sure his signature's on that. Otherwise, it's not quite as meaningful. It is, and that's quite a signature, isn't it? Beautiful. He's a beautiful man, a wonderful man, and we appreciate it. I've known him, gotten to know him very well, actually. First term and now second term. Perhaps you'd like to say what that very important paragraph.
Yes, so this is a letter from His Majesty the King. It's an invitation for a second state visit. This is really special. This has never happened before. This is unprecedented.
I think that just symbolises the strength of the relationship between us. So this is a very special letter. I think the last state visit was a tremendous success.
It was.
His Majesty the King wants to make this even better than that. So this is truly historic, an unprecedented second
That's
state visit, and he wants to talk that through with you.
And that says at Windsor. That's
Yes.
really something.
Yes. What I haven't got yet is your answer. I do need to.
The answer is yes. On behalf of our wonderful First Lady, Melania, and myself, the answer is yes, and we look forward to being there and honoring the King and honoring really your country. Your country is a fantastic country, and it'll be our honor to be there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. I shall happily take that back to His Majesty.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to keep that one.
You're going to keep that one.
President Trump, Andrew and Tristan Tate landed in Florida today on a private jet after being released from custody in Romania. They are accused rapists, human traffickers, not thought of as good people in many circles. Did your administration pressure the Romanian government to release them, and if so, why?
I know nothing about that. I don't know. You're saying he's on a plane right now?
He's back. They already did.
Yeah, I just know nothing about it. We'll check it out. We'll let you know.
I do. Look, obviously this involves, there's an English element here, so obviously it's important that justice is done, and human trafficking is obviously, to my mind, a security risk, and so we'll catch up with the story in due course.
You're aware? Are you aware?
I
didn't know anything about it. Yeah.
Mr. President, veterans make up 30% of the federal workforce. Are you tracking how many veterans have been fired so far?
Yes, we are. We are, and we take good care of our veterans, so we're watching that very carefully, and we hope it's going to be as small a number as possible. But we are having great success in slimming down our government. It's been really very successful, and some took payouts and buyouts, and others took other things, and some people we're finding out don't even exist. We're finding that we have a lot of people that don't exist, that people thought that did. We will be making a statement on that, but we're taking care of our veterans. We love our veterans. We're going to take good care of them.
Okay, please. Mr. President, could you be persuaded, as part of a peace settlement in Ukraine, to provide air cover, a backstop security position to the contributions that Europe might make as well?
Well, so President Zelensky is coming to see me on Friday morning, and we're going to be signing really a very important agreement for both sides, because it's really going to get us into that country. We'll be working there. We'll have a lot of people working there. And so in that sense, it's very good. It's a backstop, you could say. I don't think anybody's going to play around if we're there with a lot of workers and having to do with rare earths and other things, which we need for our country. And we appreciate it very much. And I look forward to seeing him. We'll be talking about it, and we'll also be talking about that today with the Prime Minister.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, we've already indicated that we'll play our full part in making sure that any deal, if there is one, and I hope there is, and I think this is a historic moment to make sure it's a lasting deal, and we're about to have a discussion about how we can make that work.
But I have to say this, as I said yesterday, you know, you're talking about a peacekeeping force. We have to make a deal first. Right now, we don't have a deal. We have Russia, we have Ukraine. I think we're very well advanced. I think Russia has been acting very well. We have Representatives Steve Witkoff and Scott and Marco and JD. We're all involved, every one of us, and a lot more. But I think we're very well advanced on a deal, but we have not made a deal yet. So I don't like to talk about peacekeeping until we have a deal. I like to get things done. I don't want to give it the bad luck sign. We don't want to do that. But we've had very good talks with Russia, and we've had very good talks, as you know, with Ukraine. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, does the Prime Minister have to choose a closer relationship with the EU as he is seeking and a good trade relationship with you? Which one should he go for?
Well, I think we have just a great relationship. We actually had a good relationship before. We've met a couple of times, and I'm very impressed with him. I'm very impressed with his wife, I must say. She's a beautiful, great woman. And I said,
I second that.
I said, I said, you're very lucky. He's very lucky. And no, we've had a very good relationship.
He's worried about Britain potentially undoing some of the benefits of Brexit by seeking a closer tie with the EU, who you said was set up to screw.
No, I don't worry about that. I thought, you know, frankly, what they did was the right thing at the time, and I think that'll probably prove out over the centuries. You know, you have a long time to go. But I think I predicted that was going to happen, and it did happen. And it'll work itself out. I think it's already worked itself out.
Yes. Mr. President, can I ask on Chagos, Mr. President? Keir Starmer has signed a deal to give away the Chagos Islands to Mauritius. Will you approve that deal?
Well, we're going to have some discussions about that very soon, and I have a feeling it's going to work out very well. They're talking about a very long-term, powerful lease, a very strong lease, about 140 years, actually. It's a long time, and I think we'll be inclined to go along with your country. Yeah, I think it's a little bit early. We have to be given the details, but it doesn't sound bad. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you obviously can do business with our Prime Minister Keir Starmer. You said yesterday that the EU was constructed to screw the US when it comes to trade. What can our Prime Minister say to you to persuade you not to impose tariffs on the United Kingdom?
Yeah, did I use the word that you said, that bad word?
I think so.
Well, I think that the EU, I've had problems with the EU because, and we're not talking about, we happen to have a great relationship with you, but we did have, and we do have problems with the EU because they've tariffed us. They do it in the form of a VAT tax, which is about 20%, and many other taxes. They sue our companies. They sued Apple. Got $16 or $17 billion, which was, I think, totally a ridiculous decision. And they're suing Google for a lot of money. They're suing a lot of other companies. And we don't like the way they're treating our people now. We don't like the way they're treating our companies. They sell us cars. We don't sell them cars. They don't take our cars. They don't take much of our agriculture. And we have a deficit with them of about $350 billion. So I wouldn't say it's been such a great relationship personally, but other people did because it's politically correct to say that it's been good, but it hasn't been good. And we're going to change that. And we are going to have reciprocal tariffs. We're not going to have tariffs. We're going to have reciprocal. Whatever they charge us, we're going to charge them, which for many years, foolishly, I would have done that, but then all of a sudden we had COVID and we had other things to think about. So it took me a little while to get that on, but we had, in my first 4 years, we had the greatest economy in the history of, I think, the world, but certainly in the history of our country. I think we're going to have that again. But the EU was very, very tough on us from the standpoint of trade. Then you could take it a step further and go into NATO, and that was a very tough situation for us. I mean, that's been a very tough situation because we were paying a disproportionate share. And it wasn't good. So, as you know, they paid hundreds of billions of dollars after I got involved, and they evened it out a little bit, but not very much. And then if you look at the war, we're in for $300 billion plus, and they're in for $100 billion. They get their money back, and now we'll get our money back also. But under Biden, you wouldn't have done that. Biden did a terrible job, I have to say. I hate to say that about somebody that sat here just before me, but he did a terrible, terrible job. That war should have never happened, the war between Russia and Ukraine. Frankly, October 7th should have never happened. Israel, that should have never happened. What happened there should have never. Inflation should have never happened. Afghanistan should have never happened. The way they got out, not getting out, but the way they got out. So, but I can say that as far as we're here for a different reason, we're talking about a very different place. And this is some place that I have investments there. I own Turnberry, I own Aberdeen, and I own a great place called Doonbeg in Ireland. So, you know, I have a great warm spot for your country.
And our trade, obviously, is fair and balanced, and in fact, you've got a bit of a surplus, so we're in a different position there. And obviously, we've contributed hugely in relation to Ukraine, and taken together with Europe, there's about 50%
It'll work,
gone in.
It'll work. It's going to work.
On a personal level, thank you. So does that mean there won't be any sanctions on the UK then?
Well, I have to take a look. I mean, we're going to have a good discussion today, and we have some very talented people on the other side, and we have some people that probably aren't as talented as them, but they're pretty good. Marco, what do you think? Our people are pretty good. And no, we're going to have a good discussion, and we'll be talking about that.
Mr. President, I just wanted to ask, Mr. Starmer, the Prime Minister has said that he believes that Vladimir Putin would be at risk of invading Ukraine again without a sufficient backstop. Do you think that Vladimir Putin would be likely to invade again in the event of a peace deal?
I don't think so. I think when we have a deal, it's going to be the deal. I don't think if I didn't win the election, I don't think we'd be even talking to Putin right now or anybody else. I think it would just, you know, I don't know if you're looking at the stats, but thousands of people are being killed a week, soldiers mostly, because the towns have been destroyed. But thousands of soldiers. This was a very bad week, by the way. I get the stats.
Several numbers.
And you're talking about a human life. Number one, I want to see that, and it doesn't involve American soldiers, but it's Russian and Ukrainian soldiers, and I think I'm speaking for both.
Yeah.
Number one, we want to see that stop, and number two, I want to stop paying the kind of money that we're talking about. You know, we're helping, and we're helping NATO, but we're helping a lot more than anybody else by far, and I want that to stop also.
Mr. President,
Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. You talked about trade tariffs this morning on your social media site. Just a question about China. 10% tariffs has already been implemented on China. Are you planning to do
an additional 10 above the 10?
This will be an additional 10 above.
Correct.
And is there, from the talks with Canada and Mexico so far, are you not seeing the progress that you wanted in order to
I don't see it at all. No, not on drugs. We've done a great job. If you look at Tom Homan, he's been incredible, and Christie, they've done a great job in terms of the border. But the drugs continue to pour into our country, killing hundreds of thousands of people. We're losing substantially more than 100,000 people. I mean, dead. They're dead. The families are destroyed after that happens. So it's, you know, it's not just that. That's the ultimate. But the families are absolutely destroyed. The drugs come in through Mexico. They come, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them come from China. And that's why we did that. It's 10 plus 10. In
10
case,
plus 10.
was there confusion on that?
There was, sir, yeah.
Okay, 10 plus 10. It's a second 10. And I think you're going to see, eventually you're going to see drugs stopping, because the country should not be allowing those drugs to come into the United States of America. And we're not going to allow it to happen. So that goes on the 4th of March. And then on the 2nd of April, we have reciprocal tariffs. That's reciprocal, where we charge countries what they're charging us. And nobody should have a problem with that. We have reciprocal. It's reciprocity. It's something that I think everybody I've spoken to said that's fair, and it is. If somebody charges us 25%, we charge them 25. If somebody charges us 10 or 15 or 30 or 70, we charge them an exact like amount. And it's pretty simple, but it's reciprocal tariffs, because the United States has been taken advantage of by many, many different countries, including our friends, friend and foe. And in many cases, our friends took bigger advantage of. When you talk about the EU, we're talking about the EU. The EU has been really very bad to us in terms of trade. And I'm a different kind of a president. I can't let that happen. Thank you. Please, ma'am, go ahead.
Mr. President, what would you be willing to do if Vladimir Putin did not stick to the terms of any deal on Ukraine?
If he not what?
He did not stick to the terms of any deal on Ukraine, because he has a history of not sticking to his word when it comes to international agreements.
I think he'll keep his word. I think I've spoken to him. I've known him for a long time now. You know, I've known him. We had to go through the Russian hoax together. That was not a good thing. It's not fair. That was a rigged deal, and had nothing to do with Russia. It was a rigged deal with inside the country, and they had to put up with that too. They put up with a lot. It wasn't just us. They had to put up with it, with a phony story that was made up. I've known him for a long time now, and I think he will. I don't believe he's going to violate his word. I don't think he'll be back when we make a deal. I think the deal's going to hold. Now, they're going to have security. You're going to have security. Yep. You're going to have soldiers. I know France wants to be there. The president has said he wants to have soldiers there. I don't think we're going to even be necessary, but I don't think there'll be any problem with keeping the deal with the security.
Mr. We're going to discuss
You want to say something?
No, I was just going to say, I mean, the deal, if we get it, is going to be hugely important. I don't think it would have happened if the space hadn't been created for it by yourself. But if there's a deal in, we've got to make sure it's a deal that lasts, that is not temporary, that lasts, and that's why we need to make sure that it's secure, and we've lent in and said we'll play our part, and we've talked and we will talk about how we work with yourself, Mr. President, to ensure that this deal is something which is not violated, because it's very important that if there is a deal, we keep it.
And that will be, and I think I could say that will be the easy part. That's the part we look forward to, because putting security there, that's the part we all look forward to. That's easy. The difficult part is getting the deal made. So, but I think we've come a long way. Did you have something?
Yeah, on a personal level.
He's got such a nice face. He's smiling. But watch, he'll ask a total killer question. Those are the
I've known him a long time.
They're the ones that get you. No, he looks like a nice guy.
On a personal level, Mr. President, what do you get on most? What's your common ground with Sir Keir Starmer? Because you're both from different political backgrounds.
It's true. I think I can say this because we've known each other now really for a little while. This is not our first meeting, as you know. He loves his country, and so do I. That's our common theme. He loves his country, and I love our country. And we also have two countries that have gotten along for the longest period of time, right? Number one ally on each side. And we have good, France and Australia. We have a lot of good ones. But we've had a long-time relationship, a long time, hundreds of years. And we like each other, frankly, and we like each other's country, and we love our country. And I think that's our common thread. Okay?
Mr. President, the Europeans... Yeah, please. On tariffs, you just said with China...
Who are you with?
I'm with The Independent.
Oh, that's good.
It's on tariffs. You just said with China... Thank you. We charge them. We charge them as in we charge China, but the tariffs are paid eventually by American importers and consumers.
No, they're not. No, I think they're paid for by the country. But, you know, look, we can get into that. I put a lot of tariffs on in my first term, and we made tremendous amounts of progress because of those tariffs. China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars, billions. We never had because they took advantage. And President Xi's a friend of mine, but he knows better than anybody took advantage of our country. He took advantage of presidents that didn't know what they were doing. And they expect them. They actually expect them. The smart countries expect them from me because they know me and they know our country. But they got away with murder for decades, and we just can't let that happen anymore. Behind you, please.
That's very kind, Mr. President. It sounds as though one of you completely trusts President Putin and one of you doesn't trust him an inch. Have I got that right? And why do you trust him?
Look, you know, it's trust and verify. Let's call it that. And I think we both can be that way. You have to verify because you never know what's going to happen. I know a lot of people that you would say no chance that they would ever deceive you, and they're the worst people in the world. I know others that you would guarantee they would deceive you, and you know what? They're 100% honorable. So you never know what you're getting. No, I have confidence that if we make a deal, it's going to hold.
Mr. President, on fentanyl, Mr. President, less than 1% of all fentanyl that comes into the U.S. is apprehended at the Canadian border. So why use fentanyl as a reason
Because they should be apprehending much more. They're only apprehending 1%. You're right about that. It's a little more than that. But they should be apprehending much more because a lot comes through Canada. And as Mexico gets stronger in terms of the border, it goes up to Canada. And a lot of drugs are coming in through Canada. We can't have that.
Mr. President,
Yeah, go ahead, please, in the back.
Is there anything you can say tomorrow to President Zelensky to reassure him that his country's war hasn't been in vain and its sovereignty is not going to be threatened by any deal with Russia?
Well, you know, he's coming. Perhaps he's already on his way. And we're going to be signing the deal together, probably in front of the media. And we're going to be having a good conversation. No, we want to work with him, President Zelensky, she said before. We want to work with him, and we will work with him. I think the president and I actually have had a very good relationship. It maybe got a little bit testy because we wanted to have a little bit of what the European nations had. You know, they get their money back by giving money. We don't get the money back. Biden made a deal. He put in $350 billion. And I thought it was a very unfair situation.
We're not getting all of ours. I mean, quite a bit of ours was gifted. It was given. There were some loans, but mainly it was gifted, actually.
Mr. President, the Europeans want Ukraine to be part of NATO as part of this deal. Are you willing to budge on that at all, or is it a firm?
Well, I could be very nice and say, oh, well, we'll work to it. Look, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. That's what started this whole thing. Biden said that, and all of a sudden the gun started. That was one of the primary reasons this started. And this was long before President Putin. They never said it was an impossibility. So we can say, oh, gee, well, we'll try. But that's something that's just not going to happen. And then the other question I ask is about the land. Will you get your land back? Well, they've fought long and hard on the land, and you and I will be discussing that. And we're going to certainly try and get as much as we can back. But on the NATO, it's just not, that's not going to happen. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you talked about having common ground with Keir Starmer, but there are things you disagree on as well. You described Zelensky as a dictator. He describes President Putin as a dictator. Do you see that as a problem?
The relationship between President Zelensky and President Putin is not a good one. You've noticed, right? It's not a good one. It's not a good relationship. And we're going to have to try and work something out. Sometimes that happens. I get along with both. I have a very good relationship with President Putin. I think I have a very good relationship with President Zelensky. And now we're doing the deal, and we're going to be in there. We're going to be actually in there, digging our hearts out. And hopefully, we need the rare earth, and we have some here, but we don't have enough. Our economy is very strong, and we need a lot of things that, in some cases, we don't have here. So I think we're going to have a very good relationship, but the relationship between them is not the best.
Mr. President, do you still think that Mr. Zelensky is a dictator?
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that. Next question.
Sir, will you be discussing AUKUS, sir?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah,
sir.
George Parker from the Financial Times. Can you see any situation where US forces could be deployed as a backstop in a peacekeeping operation in direct confrontation with Russian forces?
Well, there is a backstop thing. First you're going to have European countries because they're right there. We're very far away. We have an ocean between us. But we want to make sure it works. So I don't know when you say backstop, you mean a backstop psychologically or militarily or what? But we are a backstop because we'll be over there. We'll be working in the country. We're going to be, that's a great thing economically for them because, when you talk about economic development, we're going to have a lot of people over there. So we'll be working in the country. So I just don't think you're going to have a problem. I think when we have an agreement, you can say whatever you want about security, who's going to do it, and that's going to be a very pleasant conversation. The hard conversation is, will we have an agreement? And I think the answer is yes. I think Russia will agree, and I think that I really believe Ukraine will agree also.
So will you discuss AUKUS as well?
Just to follow up on that, if British troops are in Ukraine keeping the peace and get attacked by Russia, will you come to their aid?
If the British people are in Ukraine and they get attacked.
If British soldiers in Ukraine.
I've always found about the British, they don't need much help. They can take care of themselves very well. You know what? No, it sounds like it's evasive, but it's not evasive. The British have been incredible soldiers, incredible military, and they can take care of themselves. But if they need help, I'll always be with the British, okay? I'll always be with them. But they don't need help. You look at their career. You have done very well over the years, haven't you?
We have. I'm very proud of our country. And but we've also always been there backing each other up between our two countries. That is why this is the greatest alliance for prosperity and security I think the world has ever seen. Whenever necessary, we've absolutely backed each other up, and that's at the core.
Could you take on Russia by yourselves?
Well...
All right, one or two more. Yes, ma'am?
In his remarks at the Munich Security Conference, Vice President Vance condemned free speech violations in the UK. Particularly, could you respond? What is your message?
I have an idea. We have the man right here. Come on. Let's go, JD. We're putting you on stage.
Great. Look, I said what I said, which is that we do have, of course, a special relationship with our friends in the UK and also with some of our European allies. But we also know that there have been infringements on free speech that actually affect not just the British. Of course, what the British do in their own country is up to them, but also affect American technology companies and by extension, American citizens. So that is something that we'll talk about today at lunch.
But we've had free speech for a very, very long time in the United Kingdom, and it will last for a very, very long time. Well, no, I mean, certainly we wouldn't want to reach across US citizens, and we don't, and that's absolutely right. But in relation to free speech in the UK, I'm very proud of our history there.
Will you discuss AUKUS, though? Will you be discussing AUKUS with the Australians and the Brits? Will you be discussing AUKUS with the Prime Minister, sir?
What does that mean?
AUKUS, the Australia-US Defence Alliance.
Yeah, well, we'll be discussing that. We've had another great relationship, and you have too, with Australia.
Yeah.
We've had a very good relationship with Australia, please.
Mr. President, while we have the Vice President here, are you both disappointed that the AfD didn't come first in the German elections, given your previous support for them?
No, whatever happens with Germany, look, the relationship has been very strong with Germany, but we'll have to see what happens. They have a lot of things going on right now. We'll have to see. No, I'm not disappointed about anything. If anything, you would say that the group that we would be most opposed to lost, but we got along with them also. We have a very good relationship with all groups in Germany.
Former Blackwater CEO Eric Prince was on our channel News Nation. He was talking about his proposal to use private forces to assist in deportations. Have you read that proposal, and do you support it?
No, I haven't seen it. I don't think it's necessary. Our people are doing a phenomenal job. I wouldn't be opposed to it necessarily, but I'd go to our military people, and I'd go to Tom Homan and Christie. I'd go to the various and ask, but I don't see it as being. We're doing unbelievably in getting people out, getting criminals out, people that should have never been here, that the Biden administration with their stupid open borders should have never allowed. They came in from prisons and jails and mental institutions, and gang members and drug dealers coming into our country like this. We're getting them out, and we're doing really well. I mean, the level of effectiveness has been incredible. Everybody's talking about it. How about one more?
Mr. President,
you've asked.
Mr. President, one on the Middle East.
Go ahead. You look so nice. Here we go. Here's the kill.
Mr. President, are there areas specifically of Ukraine that you're talking about in giving back, specifically Crimea? Have you gotten to those details yet on such an agreement?
Well, you mean the areas that were taken?
Yeah.
There are a lot of areas that were taken. Yeah, we've talked about it. A lot of the sea line has been taken. And we'll be talking about that, and we're going to see if we can get it back, or get a lot of it back for Ukraine, if that's possible. We'll be seeing about that, okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Chris.
Appreciate it.
We're headed out.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. This is the big moment that Number 10 had been preparing for months, that White House visit with Donald Trump, and it was a typically freewheeling exchange from Donald Trump. There was a lot for Keir Starmer to be happy with, the fact that the US president backed the UK on the Chagos deal, saying he's inclined to go along with your country. He said that America had a tremendous relationship with the UK, in contrast with the pretty bad one with the EU when it comes to trade. Perhaps a slither of hope there that the UK could avoid any tariffs imposed on the EU. But there were tensions, as it was clear, tiptoeing around the differences on Ukraine, and a bit of a testy exchange at the end, as you heard there, over free speech in Europe. Well, let's cross now to the US. Our US correspondent, Mark Stone, is at the White House for us. Mark, what did you make of it?
Hi, Sophie. Look, you could split it into the visuals, the optics, the body language, and then the content, the news lines that came out. And to take the first one first, I mean, it was warm, wasn't it? I mean, if there's been any concern of any awkwardness, well, I didn't think there was any. In fact, the awkwardness could have come from, and maybe some will think did come, from the effusiveness with which Sir Keir Starmer issued the invitation from the King for that state visit. I mean, he was almost fawning in his in how delighted he was to be able to present that state invitation from the King to the President, saying it was unprecedented. I guess Britain played its trump card to Trump up front because clearly, we know how much Donald Trump, how fond he is of the royal family, of British institutions, of British history. And so he seemed delighted with that state invitation, which I think was not something that was always necessarily on the cards, but in the last few days has become something that they absolutely thought was necessary to offer that to to Donald Trump. So that maybe was the awkwardness, the effusive awkwardness. It was almost as chummy as the relationship and the body language was between Emmanuel Macron and Donald Trump at the beginning of the week, although perhaps a little bit less touchy-feely. In terms of the news lines, well, there were many. On trade, Donald Trump appeared to accept that the UK is not the European Union, that the 25% tariffs, the reciprocal tariffs that they're looking to impose on Europe, that the UK probably wouldn't fall part of that. That's his view today, but what will it be tomorrow? Who knows? But Britain will take that as a positive, certainly. He has appeared to also to have given the green light to Britain handing over sovereignty of the Chagos Islands, suggesting there was some suggestion that the Americans, because they have a stake in that with military there as well, were very unhappy with that. And in fact, the Foreign Secretary in the past few weeks has stated up front and publicly that if Donald Trump had a problem with it, then it wouldn't go ahead. So maybe that acknowledgement by the Brits that the Americans kind of have the final say, that Trump had the final say, that maybe would have pleased the president. So those are very important points. And then, of course, on Ukraine as well, some really important discussion to be had right now and being had right now behind the scenes on the extent to which America is willing to offer a military backstop and not pull the rug overnight in terms of American military support and military might to help Europe. I think the subtext of what Keir Starmer has been saying is, look, we accept and we will, and in fact, he said, we thank you kind of for changing the conversation on Ukraine, for making sure that Europe pays its own way, but we're not going to be able to do that overnight. It looked from the body language as though Donald Trump accepted that. There was one really interesting moment, Sophie, that was a repeat of what happened on Monday, where Donald Trump again repeated this false claim that the American money that's gone into Ukraine is just being lost, and that the Brits and the Europeans will get their money back. He said it on Monday. He said it repeatedly. On Monday, we saw Emmanuel Macron put his hand on Donald Trump's hand and say, well, frankly, actually, Mr. President, that's not true. I wondered whether if it came up again today with whether Keir Starmer would do the same, and he did. He interrupted the president and said, words to the effect of, you've got that wrong. The president sort of looked like that, and then they moved on. So the ability, I think, as Downing Street would see it, to call President Trump out gently but honestly when he says something that is not true, but to do it in a context of a very friendly meeting. And I think, for me, certainly, that is what that was. There was one other interesting moment which kind of gets to the heart of everything, I think, where Trump posed an open question to Keir Starmer and to the British press corps that were in the room and said, could you take on Russia by yourselves? He was kind of messing around, but also it goes to the heart of the question, because the answer is no, we couldn't. And so Donald Trump's argument is, well, you need to be able to. And I suppose the European reply to that is, we will in time, but we need your help for now. So that's kind of the heart of this debate over the extent to which America is still side by side with NATO, with European allies when it comes to defending Ukraine and defending the continent of Europe.
Thank you very much indeed. Mark Stone there in the US, dissecting that first meeting with Donald Trump and Keir Starmer. And of course, after that moment there in the Oval Office, the two sides went off to get lunch. A White House official has told us what's on the menu: a green winter salad, grilled sea bass, followed by chocolate caramel cake for dessert. Not sure how that went down with the PM. He's on record as a pescatarian. But next on the agenda after that, though, the pair will be holding a press conference, and we will, of course, bring it to you live. As always with these things, everything slips. It was supposed to be at 7 p.m, but after that rather freewheeling exchange, it has been slightly delayed. Lots to digest then. With us in the studio, the former Permanent Undersecretary and Head of the Diplomatic Service at the Foreign Office, that's Lord Simon MacDonald, and Cillian Fox, who served as Defence Secretary and then Trade Secretary as well. Plus, we've got Serena Barker-Singh, our political correspondent, here with us as well. Right, let's dissect it, shall we? Lord Simon MacDonald, first to you. How do you think Number 10 will have reacted to that? Did it go as they wanted?
They'll be very pleased. I think they couldn't have written a better script themselves. It's always good to come bearing gifts to President Trump, and the Prime Minister had the best gift, the best invitation, and not only the possibility. He brought the manuragia. Normally this is at the very end of the process, but clearly for this theatrical gesture, things were speeded up. And so there was an actual physical prop, and you could see how the president enjoyed that.
Yeah, and then obviously the defence spending boost as well, perfectly timed just before the trip. Liam, what did you make of it?
I think it went as well as anyone might have expected. I think given the closeness of the United States and the United Kingdom in things like defence and security, intelligence, there is such a strong base there. That, of course, is the core of the special relationship. But some very interesting things came out of it. I thought that the most interesting for me was the president saying we might try to get Ukraine some of the territory back that they had lost. I think that will have raised a few cheers I would have thought in Kyiv and a few worries in Moscow.
Yeah, that's interesting that as well, because it's kind of counterintuitive as well. It's not really what we've been hearing him say before as well.
I thought it was also interesting on trade. He couldn't have emphasised more that Britain and the EU were not the same. Were not the same case. He went, I think, out of his way to make that point on a number of occasions. And you know, when I think it's pointed out to him that the VAT issue, which still seems to come up, is not real because VAT is applied to UK domestically manufactured products as well as imports. So it cannot in any way be regarded as a tariff or a trade barrier. I think that when that is taken off the table, you suddenly find that it's easier to get an agreement on trade.
Yeah, and we've been speaking so much about security, but the economics of this is so important as well. And Simon, on the Chagos Islands as well, that will be a bit of a relief, although you perhaps suspect with these things that they may have known before, would you say?
I think the British government has been working very hard. It started, of course, under the previous government, although David Cameron was less happy with the policy than James Cleverly. It's been a priority for Keir Starmer's government in its first few months. It looked a bit wobbly, but the president didn't say, I'm agreeing this, but he gave a very broad, positive welcome.
Yeah.
So I think in the talks now going on, that is probably being nailed down.
Yeah, inclined to go along with your country. I mean, will that silence some of his Conservatives' critics, do you think, Liam?
No. Inclined to go along can mean a lot of things. And I think that he did refer on a number of occasions to the senior American military figures. And I think that they will have a fair bit to say on what inclined to go along will ultimately mean.
Watch the space. Serena, what did you make of it?
Well, I think you just get a sense of how much detail you can get from those bilats, which you don't get with other prime ministers usually. It was almost like a summary of each little item and where the direction of travel was going on that. So Chagos, we're completely in a different direction than what we thought. Also, he gave detail about a 100-year lease, which I think is new. We were expecting like a 99-year lease. So you can see the parameters of these deals changing slightly. There's also this idea of a US backstop, which is the big chunky thing that Keir Starmer wants to come away with. And you can see Donald Trump sort of tying it to the minerals deals. And obviously Zelensky is going to be there this week as well, so he will have to sign off things as well. But you can sort of see the direction of travel. I think journalists in the room will notice that it was extremely warm words, much more warm tone in terms of how the two men are getting on than we expected, perhaps. It was almost like Donald Trump was trying to convince us that they were great friends. He said we'd met many times. He said he loved his beautiful wife.
Yeah, that was quite a moment. What I thought, I have to say,
yeah,
only Donald Trump would say that, right?
But it's very confusing because usually Downing Street has been trying to convince us that they are on great terms. They had this kind of strange relationship over whether they'd campaigned or their staffers had campaigned for Kamala during the presidential election. That seems to now have been completely reversed, and Donald Trump is now trying to convince us that they're great friends, which I think his team will be very, very happy with.
Yeah. We've seen that so many times before, though, when the special relationship is questioned because you've got a Labour Prime Minister and a Republican President, or you've got a Conservative Prime Minister. Ultimately, the special relationship and its value to our mutual security is too important to be owned on either side of the Atlantic by one party or another. And it's too important for the personal chemistry between leaders to get in the way. And so many times we've seen the stories being written about the special relationship in peril because of political differences, whatever. Very quickly, reality takes over. and the importance of the relationship itself becomes paramount.
I think because it is this intangible thing, both the leaders are trying to prove that it exists. It's almost, you have to keep talking about the special relationship, otherwise what does it really mean? So I think that letter did sort of help in terms of having a physical prompt. You could see that they'd done their homework on what Donald Trump really prioritises with the royal family. And they'd kind of prepared for that. But I think special relationship is something that we'll keep talking about.
I just want to go to Washington now because we can now bring in the Republican strategist and former Trump US State Department appointee Matthew Bartlett. Always good to get the view from Washington. How do you think that press conference went? Here in the studio, we seem to be agreeing that Keir Starmer will be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, good to join you across the pond. And how did it go? I would say it went swimmingly. These are two presidents and prime ministers, people in power from different parties and certainly different personalities. But you would not know that today. There seemed to be a genuine affection for each other, for each other's country, agreement on policies. There was all smiles in the Oval Office. And again, around a very contentious time, which is peace in Ukraine. So yes, we've seen the special relationship clearly enduring to this day, and certainly will beyond that. But we also have a press conference coming up. Anything can happen with a predictably unpredictable President Trump.
Yeah, don't count your chickens just yet. You mentioned the agreement on policy, and there will be two parts of policy that Downing Street will be really, really hoping that Donald Trump means it when he sounds warm on it. Firstly is the Chagos Islands, where he said he was inclined to go along with Britain, and also on tariffs, because Donald Trump was very clear saying that he thinks it's a bad deal for the US when it comes to the EU, but maybe slightly different for the UK, he implied. How solid do you think both of those things are?
These are it is clearly important that they were raised, but I would not say that either are cemented as policy moving forward. Donald Trump oftentimes likes to dangle something out there, even distract with certain things. And certainly when it comes to tariffs, it seems as if the threat of tariffs are much more powerful to him than imposing them. Beyond that, yes, as you said, this is a Donald Trump that says America first, but America not alone, and also recognizes the notion of each country being great in their own way, national sovereignty issues. So the fact that the UK, there may be a little bit of daylight and separation between the EU, we are British, we are not merely Europeans, I think is not lost on the president and certainly appreciated with by President Trump. And that may result in, preferential treatment when it comes to economic policies.
Yeah, that's very interesting to say that they're not perhaps cemented. The other thing I wanted to ask you is we've had two European leaders visit the White House and meet Donald Trump this week. Obviously, President Macron went earlier on this week, kind of getting in there first, but now, of course, we've seen Keir Starmer. And I know we haven't had the press conference yet, but on the basis of where we are now, who do you think had the warmest reception?
It's interesting. I would say that President Trump likes to, sometimes play there's good cop, there's bad cop, and sometimes President Trump likes to play the role of crazy cop, making, affinity for President Putin, and then making outrageous and outlandish comments towards President Zelensky, who will be here tomorrow. I would say both leaders from France to the UK, have been really, really well received, not just by the president, but by the American public. There was a poll out today that asked Americans, who is our top ally? But by far, it was the UK. So that is present in the Oval Office. That is present in the coverage of the Prime Minister's visit. And that is such an enduring relationship. Who had it better, Macron or Starmer? I'll let you be the judge, but both did equally well. But it's a great day for US-UK relations here in Washington today.
Yeah, and just finally, this is something that Number 10 will have been preparing for months. And we've seen Keir Starmer and members of the cabinet as well being so careful in what they're saying in relation to the US, like that relationship, obviously something that they're so keen to preserve. How do you think they've done so far, keeping Donald Trump on side?
I'm skeptical, that this is a management issue with President Trump. These are very, very serious issues, and this is a horrific war caused by Vladimir Putin. So now we're doing what is even more difficult, trying to get together leaders of a coalition. We've had U.S.-UK relations that unfortunately led to a very misguided war. We are now trying to have U.S.-UK relations lead to a lasting peace. And we certainly don't want it to be a misguided peace. So yes, the Prime Minister is coming with his own defense increases in spending, proposals for troops on the ground. This is about finding common ground, authenticity, representing his people, the goodwill of the world, standing firm on his principles, and understanding with allies. So again, these are very important details that will absolutely lead to whether or not the outcomes are positive for the world. And it seems as if the Prime Minister again has had just a phenomenal start. Whether it was his announcements prior last night, he was feted among Washington, and a wonderful meeting in the Oval Office. We have a press conference, but again, a tremendous diplomatic tight walk and reaching agreement on a personal level, even with the return of the American President, Donald Trump.
OK, thank you. It's been really interesting to talk to you and get your perspective. Matthew Bartlett there, thank you. Right, let's chat to our guests again, shall we? A phenomenal start. Simon, do you agree?
Yes. But it's only halfway through. And as the American commentator said, Donald Trump is an unpredictable character. So the content of the press conference is a separate event. But the start couldn't have been better. And sometimes the course is set and everything just follows the same pattern. And I'm sure that's the hope in number 10 right now.
I was really struck by Matthew Bartlett saying that neither tariffs nor Chagos is cemented, echoing really what you were saying on Chagos as well. And when it comes to policy, it feels like the one thing that Keir Starmer went to Washington determined to try and secure was that US backstop when it comes to Ukraine, that kind of security guarantee. How important do you think that is for the UK?
Well, I think you need to begin by understanding that what politicians normally like predictability and diplomats like predictability. Donald Trump likes to be disruptive. It's an entirely different way of doing things. And so things remain very fluid until very late in a process. And I guess that we'll not really know very much more till President Zelensky's been and where we see the broader coalition coming around on that. I mean, he has been very successful, Donald Trump, in achieving what he wanted, which was Europe to do more for their own defence. Europeans should have taken the hint the first time. In the first Trump administration, they didn't.
Is that a bit of an acknowledgement that your party, the Conservatives, didn't do enough when it comes to defence spending?
Well, no. Look at Britain is way ahead. Some of our European partners, Spain 1.28%, Italy 1.4%, France barely reaching 2%. The problem has been that the Americans, now bipartisan, take the view that, yes, of course we want to play our role in NATO, but European countries in NATO can't expect America to pay for European security, the security of the Americas, the Middle East and Asia, and that Europe's got to do more of its own in the heavy lifting there. So I think he's achieved that, actually. He's now got that debate really moving in Europe. The question will be now how he deals with the Russian side. And again, I thought the most interesting thing was, yes, we'll want to talk about how we can get some of Ukraine's territory back. That was for me the moment that I find most stunning of the conversation. But where that actually is, as people say, take everything President Trump says seriously, not necessarily literally.
And Simon, as someone who used to work in the Foreign Office, it feels like over the last few weeks, all of the alliances, the institutions, the consensus internationally, geopolitically, is now up for grabs, right? Everyone's trying to work out the place in the world, US, Europe, Russia, China. What kind of conversations do you think are going to be going on in the Foreign Office?
The 20th of January, Inauguration Day, was a watershed, I think, in world history, that everything, as you say, is up for grabs. So I think that the conversations in private are thinking the unthinkable. What happens if things shift fundamentally? One of the achievements of the first Trump administration was to get most European countries to increase their defence spend, not as much as the Americans would like, but 23 NATO allies are now over the 2% mark. The question for this administration is how long will the US be around? And so Europe not only spending more, but being more capable of looking after its own defences. And that is a conversation that really didn't happen in my 38-year career because the Americans were always reliably there.
Do you think that we and the rest of Europe took that for granted a bit?
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting. I guess you'd agree with that.
Totally. And for a long time. And this is not a new issue. I remember being with Robert Gates, the American Defense Secretary, and we used to have this routine, we used to call it bad cop and worse cop. And he would say, Europeans are not spending enough money. And then I would say, and sooner or later, you will get an administration that will not allow American taxpayers to be taken for a ride. And that's 15 years ago, as you say, Simon. This conversation has been ongoing.
But now happening before our eyes.
It is, and it's wonderful that it's happening before our eyes because it sends a message to people like Putin that it may be a little awkward process, but we're getting to a consensus that this is a more dangerous world and we all have to spend more on the security of our nations and their people. And that's a good place for us to be.
I mean, like, Number 10 have been scrambling, haven't they, to find this money for the increased defence spending, looking at the aid budget, for example. How important do you think it was to get that over the line before this meeting?
I think they've clearly done their homework. That was clearly a big deal. They can point to it and say, look what we've done for you, look what we've brought. But he's done his homework in a lot of respects with the letter, with the Chagos deal, Lammy's comment saying that they would, publicly saying they would allow the US to have a say on that. So I think that was a pretty big deal. I think also hearing from Downing Street, they were scrambling a bit. Not everyone seemed to know that was happening. So I think it did come down to the wire. But I think also with these diplomatic the strategy, it's about what's next. As you say, Trump is so unpredictable. They have done their homework now. They have brought that great deal. But what happens when he changes his mind? What happens if he says he's not minded to follow the Chagos deal? I think that's when we'll see the making of Keir Starmer as the diplomat and how he deals with those kind of changes.
Simon, I know you've got to dash in a minute, but it's been great to have your thoughts so far on the programme. But just before you go, how do you think Keir Starmer compares with this relationship with Donald Trump compared to previous prime ministers?
It's still early days. I think he is not the same character as his predecessors. I think of his predecessors, the one who seemed personally most attuned to Donald Trump was Boris Johnson. So that personal element, that personal warmth maybe will never be there. But I think even after two encounters, one in September in New York, one today in Washington, Keir Starmer can say, I'm doing better than either Rishi Sunak or Liz Truss.
Interesting. I always also remember that slightly awkward walk with Theresa May as well, the kind of handhold moment in which I'm not sure if I'll ever kind of recover from.
President Macron might say the same.
Yeah, that's true. It's a very good point. Simon, thank you very much indeed. So from what we learned so far while the pair was speaking in front of the cameras, well, firstly, the Prime Minister had clearly prepared his own made-for-TV moment to try and get the President on side. He'd gone into the White House with a letter, an invite for a state visit to the UK from King Charles, no less, and also requested an immediate response from Mr Trump. Let's have a look.
It is my pleasure to bring from His Majesty the King a letter. He sends his best wishes and his regards, of course, but he also asked me to bear this letter and bring it to you. So can I present the letter from the King to you?
Thank you very much. Am I supposed to read it right now?
Yeah, please do.
I will do.
I've got to tell him what your reaction is, so I need to know. I need to know.
He is a great gentleman, a great, great gentleman. Oh, that's well. Well, that is really nice. I must make sure his signature's on that. Otherwise, it's not quite as meaningful. It is, and that's quite a signature, isn't it? Beautiful. He's a beautiful man, a wonderful man, and we appreciate it. I've known him, gotten to know him very well, actually, first term and now second term. Perhaps you'd like to say what that very important paragraph.
Yes, so this is a letter from His Majesty the King. It's an invitation for a second state visit. This is really special. This has never happened before. This is unprecedented. And I think that just symbolises the strength of the relationship between us. So this is a very special letter. I think the last state visit was a tremendous success.
It was.
His Majesty the King wants to make this even better than that. So this is truly historic, an unprecedented second
That's a
state
great-
visit, and he
great
wants
honour.
to talk that through with you.
And that says at Windsor. That's
Yes.
really something.
Yes. What I haven't got yet is your answer. I do need to.
The answer is yes. On behalf of our wonderful First Lady, Melania, and myself, the answer is yes, and we look forward to being there and honoring the King and honoring really your country. Your country is a fantastic country, and it'll be our honor to be there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. I shall happily take that back to His Majesty.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing like a bit of soft power from the royal family. Is there? It goes down well with Donald Trump as well, right? A beautiful man, he says,
right.
King Charles is.
Yes, I think also he flipped the letter to the cameras, so I think there's fun to be had with zooming in to exactly what King Charles did say to him. But
it's definitely really important, isn't it, the soft power that the royal family bring to somebody like Donald Trump. We know, of course, his affection for the late Queen Elizabeth, but he did seem pretty happy with this one as well, right?
He's also got strong links with the UK, particularly in Scotland, where he's got these very strong links and where he still talks about his family coming from there. So it's not a small thing for him. And I was at that the banquet at the last state visit, and the President clearly loved it, as did his family. And so it's a great card for the UK to be able to play. Having a dinner at Versailles is not quite the same as a state visit to the UK, is it?
Yeah, it is a card that they're obviously very keen to play as well. You're pointing out that it's the first time that he has a second state visit, but the first time under King Charles.
It is. And so I think that, it wraps up two different things. It's the King's first ability to host the President, and for the President, he gets two state visits. So it's a win-win.
Do you think Sadiq Khan will be well behaved this time? I remember the last time London Mayor was on the protest, wasn't he?
Well, the Foreign Secretary also had different views back then. But I think the state visit is interesting. I think it will be probably more Trump-focused, perhaps in Balmoral, probably tie into his golf course and a bit more tailored in that way, which will be interesting.
Yeah. There was so much choreography here, right? The invite to the state visit, for example, the warm words on either side. But you were just pointing out, weren't you, Liam, that the one subject that they didn't touch on was the Middle East.
Surprising that we got questions on a lot of peripheral stuff from the media there. No one really touched on.
Is that what you'd have asked then if you were in the room?
Well, in the Middle East, no, I think that what Donald Trump has done is to make it very clear to everybody that we're not returning to the status quo ante, that the idea that we would just simply go back to where we were pre the 7th of October, it's not going to happen. Exactly what will happen is, of course, less clear. But I think that it's made people in the region, and I spend a lot of time there with the Abraham Accords grouping. It's made people there realise they have to think the unthinkable, and that they need to consider a whole wide range of options about how the situation in the wider Middle East may play out. And we've got a lot of concern in America, which is not always reflected here or reported here, about Iran and Iran's role. One of the reasons I think the President will want to see resolution of the Ukrainian conflict is that, unlike at the end of his last term, Iran and Russia have developed a closeness which is actually resulting in a swap of ballistic missile technology from Russia to Iran, which clearly poses a threat to America's and Britain's other allies in the region. So it's a very sensitive subject, and I think that I think that this administration will want to deal more firmly with Iran than the Biden administration.
It's interesting as well, though, because some of Donald Trump's most incendiary comments recently have been on Gaza, right? Saying that America wants to take over Gaza, posting an AI video of Trump hotels, him on the beach with Netanyahu. It's obviously seems something that Keir Starmer just doesn't want to get into. I guess you can only fight on certain fronts when you have to choose your battles.
Well, I think you have to differentiate between what the president says and taking it too literally. But what he is saying very clearly is whatever happens in the future will be different from what was there before. And everybody is going to have to think out of the box in terms of the solutions that we have. My own view is that the Abraham Accords was the greatest diplomatic triumph of the first Trump administration. He'll be very keen to see that progress. But frankly, unless you get a tangible benefit on the Arab street, then it's going to have a limited lifespan. So there'll be a lot of attention from America's allies in the Gulf and in the wider Middle East to see that happen. And I think that would be a super legacy for the second administration.
Well, we are still awaiting the news conference between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer. It was due to start at 7 p.m, but of course that kind of freewheeling fireside chat in the Oval Office has delayed things. As soon as it comes, as soon as we get the picture, we'll bring it to you. But in the meantime, the president remained a bit more tight-lipped, shall we say, on any kind of peacekeeping force in Ukraine. He said there needs to be a deal first.
But I have to say this, as I said yesterday, you're talking about a peacekeeping force. We have to make a deal first. Right now, we don't have a deal. We have Russia, we have Ukraine. I think we're very well advanced. I think Russia has been acting very well. We have Representatives Steve Witkoff and Scott and Marco and JD. We're all involved, every one of us, and a lot more. But I think we're very well advanced on a deal, but we have not made a deal yet. So I don't like to talk about peacekeeping until we have a deal.
Well, the president also responded to a question about him describing the Ukrainian President Zelensky as a dictator, while Keir Starmer described Vladimir Putin as one.
The relationship between President Zelensky and President Putin is not a good one. You've noticed, right? It's not a good one. It's not a good relationship. And we're going to have to try and work something out. Sometimes that happens. I get along with both. I have a very good relationship with President Putin. I think I have a very good relationship with President Zelensky. And now we're doing the deal, and we're going to be in there. We're going to be actually in there and digging our hearts out. And hopefully, we need the rare earth, and we have some here, but we don't have enough. Our economy is very strong, and we need a lot of things that, in some cases, we don't have here. So I think we're going to have a very good relationship, but the relationship between them is not the best.
Mr. President, do you still think that Mr. Zelensky is a dictator?
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that. Next question.
I can't believe I said that. There you go. Things you just did not expect to hear in press conferences. The president was asked earlier if a deal to end the war in Ukraine would involve an exchange of territory.
Yeah, there are a lot of areas that were taken. Yeah, we've talked about it. A lot of the sea line has been taken. And we'll be talking about that. And we're going to see if we can get it back, or get a lot of it back for Ukraine, if that's possible. We'll be seeing about that, okay?
Now, while the meeting was generally friendly, there was a Macron-style moment, you might say, when Keir Starmer corrected the president on the amount of money given to Ukraine.
It maybe got a little bit testy because we wanted to have a little bit of what the European nations said. They get their money back by giving money. We don't get the money back. Biden made a deal. He put in $350 billion. And I thought it was a very unfair situation.
We're not getting all of ours. I mean, quite a bit of ours was gifted. It was given. There were some loans, but mainly it was gifted, actually.
Right, let's chat again, shall we, to Serena and Liam. I mean, it's remarkable. Just playing those exchanges like that, it is quite remarkable. The point that you picked up earlier about the territory in Ukraine feels really important, but it is just worth stepping back and reflecting on how extraordinary it is to hear a president of the US saying he has a great relationship with Vladimir Putin.
Well, we've been here before, remember, when President Obama had the so-called reset with Russia. Russia invades Georgia, and rather than punishing Russia, we get a reset. That didn't end well, because soon after Russia annexed Crimea, then it invades Ukraine. And I think that while it's entirely understandable that people want Putin to take a different direction, remember who Putin is. Putin has murdered his political opponents at home. He's murdered dissidents abroad, including in the United Kingdom. He's got no respect for either human rights or human life, it appears. He's a serial offender. And what we saw was a failure of deterrence by the West. We didn't react properly under the Obama administration to Georgia. We didn't respond properly to Crimea, and therefore you get a repeated pattern of behaviour. It's entirely understandable that people would want to see change in Putin. I think Putin is a very evil man, and I think that that behaviour is not going to change. Now, whether, given the situation in Russia, where the Russian economy is being hit very hard and they've had 750,000 casualties, even Putin can't take that indefinitely. So there is an incentive for Russia to want, I think, to see this come to an end if they can save face in doing so. And that's what I think the president will be trying to lever. He's a very transactional politician. You know, we're giving huge amounts in terms of military aid to Ukraine. So what are we getting back? That's the rare earths. That's very much the Trump style. And there was just a hint there that if we're going to help end this conflict, what is Russia going to give back? I thought that was what I took as the hint from that.
That's interesting. And what do you make of this, the minerals deal? Because that's the other thing that really struck me when he's saying, oh, we're going to be digging in Ukraine, they got a lot of things that we need as America. What's your reflections on this?
That's the nature of the way Donald Trump does business. Yes, America is the biggest military power in the world. Remember, the American military budget is bigger than the next 10 combined. And we're willing to give you aid, but what will we get back as a result?
It's quite, I guess, some people will be looking at that thinking, Ukraine is a country on its knees after a war, and Donald Trump is saying that he's going to go in there and start taking their minerals away.
Well, remember the message this is also sending to Moscow, which is, by the way, we're not abandoning Ukraine. In fact, it looks like we're going to deepen that relationship by creating that interdependence. They supply us with this, we can supply them with weapons on a relatively indefinite basis. So there's also a message to Putin. Again, this is very much the Donald Trump style, which is highly disruptive, unpredictable, but ultimately quite transactional.
Yeah, the transactional thing is really key, isn't it? It's very interesting, it really is. Serena, when it comes to Ukraine, it's such a big deal for the UK and for Keir Starmer as well, obviously going into this, because although Donald Trump was very clear saying, look, we're not talking about peacekeeping now, we've got to talk about the deal first. If it is Britain who is going to be providing such a big part of any potential peacekeeping troops, and that is something that they need to start thinking about now, right?
Yeah, I think this is obviously stakes are high on this. The pressure is on for Keir Starmer, but I think the rewards are also great. Boris Johnson, a huge part of his premiership was aligned to this issue on Ukraine, the big personal connection with Zelensky, that he was one of the first to go out there and personally meet him. I think Keir Starmer and his team know that there is opportunity for this idea of a statesman-like image, especially when he's doing so badly in the polls. They've also got reform on their heels in certain seats that they're not perhaps showing strength on security and defence issues. This is an opportunity to make gains in those areas. So I think this is not only a morality issue for Keir Starmer personally, but it's also a chance and an opportunity to galvanise his party. I would also say, though, on the foreign policy issue, there is almost a trap here, though, that Liam kind of alluded to, that there was no talk of the Israel-Gaza issue, and that's a huge problem for the Labour Party. It's caused great schisms in the party, but also lost them huge amounts of seats. I wonder if he takes up this rhetoric of diplomacy and whether that strays into other areas, what that means for the Labour Party, because they don't really have a cohesive argument or around it anymore, and we know that Keir Starmer personally suffered for some of comments previously, and I don't think they want to be dragged into that debate again.
OK, thanks both very much indeed. Well, we are still awaiting the news conference between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer. Don't go anywhere, because as soon as it happens, we'll bring it to you. And if that fireside chat was anything to go by, it is going to be absolutely chocker with Newslines, because we learn an awful lot from that conversation. Let's go now to the White House. We can talk to our US correspondent, Mark Stone, who's been digesting the conversation so far that we've heard between Keir Starmer and Donald Trump. What are your reflections, Mark?
I think, as your previous contributors said, my sense is that Number 10 will be pleased with this. I mean, it does feel like Donald Trump was in a good mood. He seemed to be enjoying it, and Keir Starmer seemed to be dealing with what could have been an incredibly unpredictable half hour, as it was in the end, in the Oval Office, with the cameras rolling, with the reporters there asking whatever questions they may. It could have gone any way, frankly. And I think at the end of the day, and the day is not yet ended, there's still the awkward issue of the news conference to come. But I think at the moment, as things stand at 20 to 3 in the afternoon here, things are going well. But just the very fact we have to say that gives you a sense of how tricky this moment is, how it's not like all the many meetings between American presidents and British prime ministers in years, decades gone by. This is different, and it's being handled differently. It's being handled really very carefully indeed. Look, we saw the way that Emmanuel Macron chose to deal with things at the beginning of the week, the kind of bromance that they had, the tactile relationship that between those two men. There were hugs, there were kind of almost high fives, awkward in a sort of fawning way, the handshakes between them. There was none of that really this time, but there was a warmth between the two men, which I think in today's transatlantic diplomacy, that warmth is all important, and the relationship, the singular relationship between Trump and whoever's sitting in that other armchair in the Oval Office is all important. And we saw, for example, how awkward it was a couple of weeks ago with the president and the King of Jordan, because the details of that moment were so different from this, and it was so unbelievably awkward. You could feel the awkwardness there. There was none of that this time. And on trade, the mood music was positive. On Ukraine, it was positive as well, at least for now. But, you know, what will it be like in 24 hours' time? We don't know. But if Keir Starmer was Europe's representative in Washington for one day only, for today, then I think he did Europe a good service, I think, is how European capitals will see this. I was struck, too, at a couple of other observations that just sort of get to the heart of the Trump presidency. It's also broad brush. There is, and it changes so quickly. And behind the curtain, you wonder how much is actually there. I mean, at one point, Donald Trump was asked about AUKUS, that is the key defence pact between the UK, the US and Australia. I mean, it's a pivotal defence treaty that was signed quite some years ago now. And he was asked by one of the journalists about AUKUS, and he said, "What's AUKUS?" I mean, maybe he misheard. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, if you like. Maybe he didn't hear the question. But it almost sounded like he didn't actually know what AUKUS was. And you can almost believe that because of the orbit that the current American president operates in. Those details of defence pacts, they're kind of all beneath him. But that gives you a sense of this American president and how he is so fundamentally different from all those that went before.
You see, this is the thing, isn't it, Mark? Because you were saying there about how tangible these things are, particularly on the policies, because the mood music, as you say, was very positive on a lot of these very controversial issues. Tariffs, for example, Chagos, Ukraine, but then he didn't exactly confirm any of them. So how sure can Number 10 be that Donald Trump's mood music is actually going to be followed through when it comes to the concrete policy that they're so keen to secure?
As sure as the day is long, I think, and no longer. And that's the problem. But I think, you know, providing Donald Trump with exactly what he wants, meeting him where he is what it's all about. And that moment at the very beginning where Britain kind of played the Trump card to Trump and the Prime Minister pulled out of his pocket that invitation from King Charles for a state visit. Trump loved that. I mean, you could see it on his face. He absolutely loved that. He wanted to look through to the second page to check it was signed like the businessman that he is. And indeed, the royal signature was there. And he wanted to keep the letter. Of course he did. I mean, those sort of little moments, I think, they mean a lot to Donald Trump, and in a relationship and with a president who is transactional, who can be pretty volatile. These little things can go a long way. Look, we wondered whether there would be any awkward moments or difficult moments between the two men during the Oval Office meeting. I don't think there were. I mean, if there was any awkwardness, it was kind of the fawning nature with which Keir Starmer handed that royal invitation to the president. He was beyond effusive in how unprecedented it was to get two state invitations, one after the other. Of course, he had a state visit to the UK in his first presidency with Queen Elizabeth, but that went down well, and I think these little wins are what diplomacy is all about right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Mark, thank you very much indeed. Mark Stone there for us in Washington. Well, our very own Beth Rippey was in the Oval Office a short time ago. Mr. Trump spoke to her about potential tariffs on the EU.
Mr. President, you obviously can do business with our Prime Minister Keir Starmer. You said yesterday that the EU was constructed to screw the US when it comes to trade. What can our Prime Minister say to you to persuade you not to impose tariffs on the United Kingdom?
Yeah, did I use the word that you said, that bad word?
I think so.
Well, I think that the EU, I've had problems with the EU because, and we're not talking about, we happen to have a great relationship with you, but we do have problems with the EU because they've tariffed us. They do it in the form of a VAT tax, which is about 20%, and many other taxes. They sue our companies. They sued Apple, got $16 or $17 billion, which was, I think, totally a ridiculous decision. And they're suing Google for a lot of money. They're suing a lot of other companies, and we don't like the way they're treating our people now. We don't like the way they're treating our companies. They sell us cars. We don't sell them cars. They don't take our cars. They don't take much of our agriculture. And we have a deficit with them of about $350 billion. So I wouldn't say it's been such a great relationship personally, but other people did because it's politically correct to say that it's been good, but it hasn't been good. And we're going to change that. And we are going to have reciprocal tariffs. We're not going to have tariffs. We're going to have reciprocal. Whatever they charge us, we're going to charge them, which for many years, foolishly, I would have done that, but then all of a sudden we had COVID and we had other things to think about. So it took me a little while to get that on, but we had, in my first 4 years, we had the greatest economy in the history of, I think, the world, but certainly in the history of our country. I think we're going to have that again. But the EU was very, very tough on us from the standpoint of trade. Then you could take it a step further and go into NATO. And that was a very tough situation for us. I mean, that's been a very tough situation because we were paying a disproportionate share, and it wasn't good. So, as you know, they paid hundreds of billions of dollars after I got involved, and they evened it out a little bit, but not very much. And then if you look at the war, we're in for $300 billion plus, and they're in for $100 billion. They get their money back, and now we'll get our money back also. But under Biden, you wouldn't have done that. Biden did a terrible job, I have to say. I hate to say that about somebody that sat here just before me, but he did a terrible, terrible job. That war should have never happened, the war between Russia and Ukraine. Frankly, October 7th should have never happened. Israel, that should have never happened. What happened there should have never. Inflation should have never happened. Afghanistan should have never happened. The way they got out, not getting out, but the way they got out. So, but I can say that as far as we're here for a different reason, we're talking about a very different place. And this is some place that I have investments there. I own Turnberry, I own Aberdeen, and I own a great place called Doonbeg in Ireland. So, you know, I have a great warm spot for your country.
And our trade, obviously, is fair and balanced, and in fact, you've got a bit of a surplus, so we're in a different position there, and obviously we contributed hugely in relation to Ukraine, and taken together with Europe, there's about 50%
It'll
of what's
work,
gone
yeah.
in.
It'll work. It's going to work.
Well, we are really now on the countdown to that news conference, but he will be pretty pleased with that, Keir Starmer.
He'll be pleased. Everything, the devil's in the detail. America thinks they've got a trade surplus with the UK. We think we've got a trade surplus with the US. We measure them slightly different. Makes us a much easier place than the EU to come to an agreement. I think that when they look at the Chagos thing, and if it's true that the money to pay for the Chagos deal is going to come from the defence budget, that may not be such a big plus with the senior military figures in the US.
And really, the tariffs and the trade is all important, isn't it? But I guess after all that work, Serena, after all the planning, so far, touch wood, they'll be pleased.
I think they will be pleased. I think the EU point is interesting because Sir Keir Starmer was quite silent when Donald Trump had that tirade on it. I'm not sure Macron would have stayed so silent, and especially when he's trying to perhaps forge closer ties with the EU, that might cause a bit of problems with Donald Trump.
Yeah, he's going to perhaps have to choose at one point, certainly. Well, there you have it. A pretty... When it comes to number 10, they'll think job done so far, but they have got that news conference still to come. It was due to start an hour ago. It's been delayed, as these things always are, but we are hearing there's a bit of movement, so don't go anywhere, because we are expecting it to be live on Sky News very, very shortly. As always with Donald Trump, it's going to be unpredictable and it's going to be lively.
Hello, it is 8 o'clock. This is the UK Tonight with special coverage for you of Sir Keir Starmer's meeting with President Donald Trump. The President welcoming the PM to the White House earlier this afternoon, the first meeting between the two leaders since Mr Trump was re-elected. Warm words from both men in the Oval Office a little earlier, where Sir Keir Starmer played his trump card, an invitation from the King for an unprecedented second state visit.
It's a great honour to have Prime Minister Starmer in the Oval Office. It's a very special place, and he's a special man.
On issues like Ukraine, thank you for changing the conversation to bring about the possibility that now we can have a peace deal.
but after the pleasantries, it is down to business. And top of the agenda, security guarantees for Ukraine. We are expecting the President and Prime Minister to hold a news conference shortly. We'll bring that to you live here on Sky News. Well, it's perhaps the most important meeting between Prime Ministers and Presidents in decades. Sir Keir Starmer visiting Donald Trump at the White House tonight. Their first meeting since President Trump was re-elected. The Prime Minister went to Washington seeking security guarantees for Ukraine. But he also took something with him, something that will have gone down very well with the President this evening, an invitation from the King for an unprecedented second state visit. Well, as I said, we are expecting a news conference from the two men very soon. We'll bring it to you live. But earlier, this is what we heard from them both inside the Oval Office.
We're going to be discussing many things today. We'll be discussing Russia-Ukraine. We'll be discussing trade and lots of other items. And I think we can say that we're going to be getting along on every one of them. We've had a tremendous relationship. And frankly, the Prime Minister and I have met twice before, and we get along very famously, as you would say. And I look forward to it very much. We look forward to the day and the meeting. We'll be having a luncheon after this, and then another work session. And I believe we're going to have a press conference at the end. So I look forward to it. And Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I say thank you for your hospitality, for your leadership? We have met a number of times, we've talked a number of times, and we have had a very constructive conversation. I'm sure we will today. And of course, our countries have been bound together for a very long time now. The closest alliance, I think, of any two countries when it comes to prosperity and security. And I know that together we will strengthen that even further. And on issues like Ukraine, thank you for changing the conversation to bring about the possibility that now we can have a peace deal. And we want to work with you to make sure that peace deal is enduring, that it lasts, that it's a deal that goes down as a historic deal, that nobody breaches, and we'll work with you. Happens. And it is my pleasure to bring from His Majesty the King a letter. He sends his best wishes and his regards, of course, but he also asked me to bear this letter and bring it to you. So can I present the letter from the King to you?
Thank you very much. Am I supposed to read it right now?
Yeah, please do.
I will do.
I've got to tell him what your reaction is, so I need to know.
He is a great gentleman, a great, great gentleman. Oh, that's well. Well, that is really nice. I must make sure his signature's on that. Otherwise, it's not quite as meaningful. It is, and that's quite a signature, isn't it? Beautiful. He's a beautiful man, a wonderful man, and we appreciate it. I've known him, gotten to know him very well, actually. First term and now second term. Perhaps you'd like to say what that very important paragraph.
Yes, so this is a letter from His Majesty the King. It's an invitation for a second state visit. This is really special. This has never happened before. This is unprecedented. And I think that just symbolises the strength of the relationship between us. So this is a very special letter. I think the last state visit was a tremendous success.
It was.
His Majesty the King wants to make this even better than that. So this is truly historic, an unprecedented second state visit, and he wants to talk that through with you.
And that says at Windsor. That's really something.
Yes. What I haven't got yet is your answer. I do need to.
The answer is yes. On behalf of our wonderful First Lady, Melania, and myself, the answer is yes, and we look forward to being there and honoring the King and honoring really your country. Your country is a fantastic country, and it'll be our honor to be there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. I shall happily take that back to His Majesty.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to keep that one.
You're going to keep that one.
President Trump, Andrew and Tristan Tate landed in Florida today on a private jet after being released from custody in Romania. They are accused rapists, human traffickers, not thought of as good people in many circles. Did your administration pressure the Romanian government to release them, and if so, why?
I know nothing about that. I don't know. You're saying he's on a plane right now?
He's back. They already did.
Yeah, I just know nothing about it. We'll check it out. We'll let you know.
I do. Look, obviously this involves, there's an English element here, so obviously it's important that justice is done, and human trafficking is obviously, to my mind, a security risk, and so we'll catch up with the story in due course.
You're aware? Are you aware? I didn't know anything about it. Yeah.
President Trump and the Prime Minister Keir Starmer speaking in the Oval Office a little earlier. As you can see, the stage is set in the White House. This is the East Room where the two men will host a press conference. You can see the assembled press pack there, many of whom were actually in the Oval Office a little earlier. So much was said in the Oval Office. We'll wait to see what remains to be said up there at the podiums. Let's bring in our US correspondent, Mark Stone, while we wait. We understand it should get underway within the next 10 minutes or so. And Mark, let's just talk about the atmosphere in the Oval Office, because it's set the tone, hasn't it? We did wonder what we were going to see in terms of the relationship between the two men. And it seems that Sir Keir Starmer started by softening the president up with that personal invitation from King Charles.
Yeah, the Trump card played up front for Donald Trump. It was a smart move. I think Downing Street will be patting them on themselves on the back. It reminded me that sort of silence as Donald Trump opened the letter. It reminded me of you know, when you give a present to somebody and then everyone waits to see when they open the present, are they going to like it or not? Of course he liked it, because we know about Donald Trump's fondness for the British royal family, but for the institutions of the United Kingdom. And for the country itself. I mean, his mother was from Scotland. He has deep and enduring roots there, business roots as well, with the golf courses too. So he loves the UK. And so trivial as some people may see it to be, fawning, perhaps some people will see the way in which Sir Keir Starmer delivered that gift. It was simple diplomacy, I think, is how Downing Street would describe that. And it was appealing to the man they know in Donald Trump and what he likes, and it was a deliverable, something easy that they were able to deliver, a state visit. But beyond that, of course, the crux of these meetings, which are ongoing now, which is why the news conference itself has been delayed a little, are difficult topics. Ukraine, obviously, it's just a week since Donald Trump upended the transatlantic partnership by calling Zelensky a dictator, by effectively exiting NATO without leaving NATO. I mean, he seemed to suggest in meandering comments over the course of the past 10 days or so that America really doesn't value NATO, doesn't have Europe's back in a defence way, and he you know, they really worried Europe, whether it was the comments by the Defence Secretary, Pete Hegseth at NATO, the Vice President, J.D. Vance in Munich, all of that taken together, it caught Europe off guard. They know Donald Trump is unpredictable. Everyone knows his irritation with Europe ripping off America as he would see it. But when the rubber hit the road over the course of the past 2 weeks, it's taken them aback. And that's why this visit, Macron's visit on Monday, Zelensky's tomorrow, why all of them in each part and as a whole are so critically important. Have a listen to an exchange here on Ukraine.
The relationship between President Zelensky and President Putin is not a good one. You've noticed, right? It's not a good one. It's not a good relationship. And we're going to have to try and work something out. Sometimes that happens. I get along with both. I have a very good relationship with President Putin. I think I have a very good relationship with President Zelensky. And now we're doing the deal, and we're going to be in there. We're going to be actually in there and digging our hearts out. And hopefully, we need the rare earth, and we have some here, but we don't have enough. Our economy is very strong, and we need a lot of things that in some cases we don't have here. So I think we're going to have a very good relationship, but the relationship between them is not the best.
Mr. President, do you still think that Mr. Zelensky is a dictator?
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that. Next question.
Well, Ukraine on the agenda. Also tariffs as well, a really hot topic, Mark. I should just warn viewers, we are just moments away from that news conference starting. The Foreign Secretary David Lammy taking his seat, the UK ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson as well, both getting front row seats. I can see our political editor, Beth Rigby, there as well. Bright pink jacket, well chosen, Beth. So we can spot her. But what was said about tariffs? Because there seems to be a clear difference in Donald Trump's mind between how he deals with the EU and seemingly how he plans to deal with the UK.
Yeah, and that's encouraging from a British perspective. I think what Britain has been trying to do is to highlight the fact that the UK is not in the EU and does not have a deficit when it comes to trade with the US, and therefore can be treated differently. They wanted, above all, to make sure that Donald Trump and the US administration didn't wrap the whole of Europe together as one and whack tariffs on the whole of Europe. And it appears that the president recognises the difference between the UK and the EU when it comes to trade, the deficit, and that actually, perhaps, maybe, as of today at least, he doesn't feel that he's going to whack reciprocal tariffs on the UK. But who knows, because he shifts and changes extremely quickly indeed. If you're Canada right now, a day or two ago, you might have been thinking that tariffs were not going to be imposed. Well, as of today, he seems to be suggesting that they are. But, you know, as an example of how unpredictable he is and how he kind of riffs with stuff that he may mean or may not mean. You heard him there on Ukraine. Did I call Zelensky a dictator? Well, I don't remember that. I mean, it's kind of remarkable stuff, keeps everyone on their toes. The way in which he, you know, that old adage, take him seriously but not literally. There are times when I think European leaders, world leaders, feel they can't take him seriously or literally, and then there are other times where they have to take him both seriously and literally. So it's incredibly hard to work out. The East Room, what you're looking at there, that's in the building behind me, one of the grand staterooms there, and it's the room where so many press conferences have taken place over the course of the past 40 days, whether it's the King of Jordan, the Prime Minister of India, the Prime Minister of Israel. And it's where unpredictable moments have happened. It is where, to the surprise of literally everyone, Donald Trump announced that he was going to buy Gaza. That was a moment I was not expecting. I was in there. I heard there was a gasp in the room as that happened. These are the unpredictable moments that have come over the past 40 days that we could see again over the course of the next, whatever it will be, half an hour, three-quarters of an hour, as they take to their feet at those two podiums there.
Yeah, Mark, keeping us on our toes, because I was watching the conversation between the Prime Minister and the President in front of the assembled press pack in the Oval Office, and I did think, what else is left for them to say? They've now got to stand up there and deliver this press conference. As you said, it could be unpredictable. It could be anything. Could you hazard a guess as to what we may be getting out of this?
Yeah, well, quite. I mean, because these Oval Office moments, certainly under the last presidency of Joe Biden, they never answered any questions. It was a kind of messy moment where everyone shouts questions, no answers come back, and then they do the meat of it in the news conference, if indeed they had them. And it's worth saying Joe Biden was not keen on news conferences. He did very, very few of them, maybe part of his downfall. But I think tariffs will be absolutely key. I mean, if Ukraine was not an issue, and it really is, but if it wasn't, the only other issue that they would really be discussing is tariffs. We may get something on that, and we may get something on the Chagos Islands. We could talk about that in a moment if we've got time. But first, listen to his answer to Beth Rigby's question on tariffs.
Mr. President, you obviously can do business with our Prime Minister Keir Starmer. You said yesterday that the EU was constructed to screw the US when it comes to trade. What can our Prime Minister say to you to persuade you not to impose tariffs on the United Kingdom?
Yeah, did I use the word that you said, that bad word?
I think so.
Well, I think that the EU, I've had problems with the EU because, and we're not talking about, we happen to have a great relationship with you, But we did have, and we do have problems with the EU because they've tariffed us. They do it in the form of a VAT tax, which is about 20%, and many other taxes. They sue our companies. They sued Apple, got $16 or $17 billion, which was, I think, totally a ridiculous decision. And they're suing Google for a lot of money. They're suing a lot of other companies, and we don't like the way they're treating our people now. We don't like the way they're treating our companies. They sell us cars. We don't sell them cars. They don't take our cars. They don't take much of our agriculture. And we have a deficit with them of about $350 billion. So I wouldn't say it's been such a great relationship personally, but other people did because it's politically correct to say that it's been good, but it hasn't been good. And we're going to change that. And we are going to have reciprocal tariffs. We're not going to have tariffs. We're going to have reciprocal. Whatever they charge us, we're going to charge them, which for many years, foolishly, I would have done that, but then all of a sudden we had COVID and we had other things to think about. So it took me a little while to get that on, but we had, in my first 4 years, we had the greatest economy in the history of, I think, the world, but certainly in the history of our country. I think we're going to have that again. But the EU was very, very tough on us from the standpoint of trade. Then you could take it a step further and go into NATO. And that was a very tough situation for us. I mean, that's been a very tough situation because we were paying a disproportionate share, and it wasn't good. So, as you know, they paid hundreds of billions of dollars after I got involved, and they evened it out a little bit, but not very much.
To come in the news conference that is expected shortly. And Mark, I know you wanted to talk about the Chagos Islands, but I'm going to spill the tea on the King's letter. I think that's what they say in royal circles, spill the tea, because PA, the Press Association, took a quick photograph of the King's letter as Donald Trump held it up, and we're able to make out some of what the King wrote. Some of it says, might perhaps be an opportunity for you to visit Balmoral if you are calling in. There is much on both estates, which I think you might find interesting and enjoy, particularly as my foundation at Dumfries House provides hospitality skills training for young people who often end up as staff in your own establishments. Another part of the letter goes on to say, quite apart from this presenting an opportunity to discuss a wide range of issues of mutual interest, it would also offer a valuable chance to plan a historic second state visit to the United Kingdom. As you will know, this is unprecedented by a US president. That is why I would find it helpful for us to discuss together a range of options for location and programme content. In so doing, working together, I know we will further enhance the special relationship between our two countries, of which we are both so proud. That phrase there, Mark, special relationship. This is soft diplomacy in letter form.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a double invitation as well. It's an invitation to come to Balmoral and then to discuss the details of the state visit that will come later. Unless I misheard you, it does sound rather like he's being invited twice. So it's a double trump card for Donald Trump. Very exciting indeed if you are in the Trump family, because they do hold such a place in their hearts for Scotland, given that Trump's mother was from there. So a trip to Balmoral, perhaps a trip to Buckingham Palace, to Windsor Castle as well. So exciting stuff there ahead. But of course, it must be said that the invitation's out there now. I mean, who knows what Donald Trump might do between now and the point at which that invitation comes. There's every suggestion that the state visit and the visit to Balmoral, when it comes, could be at a deeply awkward time in the world's relationship with Donald Trump. So there's jeopardy ahead for sure. I guess one of the questions that all world leaders and those who organise these trips have when they're ongoing is what will they be able to take away with them at the end of the trip? What will they be able to say? Well, we got this, we got that, we got the other. We don't yet know because the meetings are ongoing behind the scenes. We'll get the news conference and then perhaps we'll get some detail of how Britain thinks the trip went, not just optically, but in terms of deliverables. I think the Chagos Islands is one issue. This is the issue over Britain handing over sovereignty of the Chagos Islands. islands. That's something the Americans were very unhappy about. They, at one point, looked like they were going to try and rush it through under the last days of the Biden administration. It didn't happen, and because of the nature of the Trump presidency, the British government, David Lammy, who's here today, made it clear, plainly, openly, that if the Trump administration wasn't happy with the handover of sovereignty of the Chagos, because America has a military interest there as well, then the deal would be off. It wouldn't happen. In other words, they would give America the veto right on that. Maybe by offering that openly, that pleased Trump, and he's now letting it go ahead. That seemed to be what he was suggesting in the Oval Office a little bit earlier. So that might be a win for the British. Obviously, the stuff about tariffs is good news for the British, although Donald Trump was talking about VAT, and he was applying it to Europe and saying, look, Europe, they have a value-added tax that they whack on products that come here. Some economists say he's misunderstanding what VAT is all about. But the point is, Britain has a VAT system as well. So in that sense, we're kind of the same as Europe. So there's still some bits to iron out there, I'm sure. But broadly, if you're looking at the body language over the course of today, it went well, I think.
Yeah, the body language and the actual language. So Keir Starmer has just put out a social media post on X. I think maybe his team have done it. I think it'd be a bit rude to be tweeting while you're talking to the President of the United States. But the tweet says, or the post on X, fantastic to be in Washington, D.C. today for talks with POTUS. Growth and security are the foundations of my plan for change, and the UK-US relationship is integral to delivering them. Together, we will improve working people's lives in both our nations. And that's essential, isn't it, for people watching at home, Mark? Because, you know, we talk about the Chagos Islands, we talk about the war in Ukraine, we talk about tariffs, but people at home tonight will be thinking, how's this going to affect my day-to-day life, this meeting of these two men and any kind of relationship between the two nations going forward?
Well, I tell you how it would affect the day-to-day lives of Britons. If tariffs were applied to British goods coming into the United States, that would have a shocking and material impact on the British economy. If the focus was not primarily on Ukraine, as I said, it would be solely on this tariffs issue, because it would have a devastating impact, a real hit on the British economy, and that would impact an economy that we know is already not doing so well. And so it's front and centre of the minds of British diplomats here in Washington, whose job 24/7 is trade and making sure that they try and smooth that relationship. It would have a real impact for sure. But then beyond that, security in Europe and peace on the continent of Europe, and making sure that Vladimir Putin does not live to fight another day, that his military is not given a break from the current war to regroup and then push west down the line. I think what Keir Starmer wants to do is to be able to make sure that America is still there, is still a reliable partner, but at the same time he can make the point that, look, we will make sure that we build up our own defences, that we're not forever reliant on America. That much has been made so clear to Europe by this presidency, elected by an American people who want America first and do not want to be involving themselves in foreign wars far away. That message is clear to Europe, and they are, I think, it seems, trying to change their ways when it comes to building up their own defences, their own militaries. But that'll take time, and I think Keir Starmer's private message to President Trump will be, in time, we can do this, but don't pull the rug immediately. I should say that the marine on the door of the West Wing has disappeared, which means that the president is not in the West Wing anymore, so he may well be making his way from the West Wing over to the main building of the White House for that news conference to begin. And in fact, the Prime Minister's vehicle is just driving past us here, empty, because he's still in the White House. But, and this is the minibus that the rest of the team travel in. I imagine that the vehicle is going to make its way round now to the North Lawn, where it will, in fact, no, it's exiting the White House. It may be going round to the other side, and it may be that the Prime Minister departs from the South Lawn and will head from there back to the embassy, I would think, and then to the airport. But before all that, we have got the spectacle of the news conference, SJ.
Yeah, the President gets a nice car. You hope Keir Starmer doesn't get the minibus. Anyway, all the vehicles moving. They're on the move. We're told by our colleagues in Westminster, Mark, you know how these things work, that we've got a 2-3 minute warning until the men take to the podium. Some final thoughts ahead of this, because, you know, this is a big moment for the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. But hot on the heels of this tomorrow comes a visit from President Zelensky. Will he get this same kind of greeting and opportunity to address the press and the world at the podium in the Oval Office? Is that how it will work for him tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't know whether we've got a news conference tomorrow with Zelensky. There may be a news conference. We don't know at the moment whether there is going to be one. But it will be another awkward moment, potentially, given it's a week since Trump called him a dictator. Look, those two men, face to face, do not get on very well. There's a difficult history between Trump and Zelensky, so that could be a bit tricky. But let's see. You know, there was a concern that things might be a little awkward today with Keir Starmer. Not at all. It's all gone very well. The other point I'd make, you saw the minibus that went past there. That's full of the rest of the British team, including the Foreign Secretary, including Peter Mandelson, the new ambassador here. These moments where we all focus on the President and the Prime Minister meeting, but around that, there is some speed dating that can go on between the two sides. You'll have the Foreign Secretary getting as much time as he can with his opposite number, with Marco Rubio on the sidelines talking, their aides talking as well. These moments don't come up very often, and so when they do, they need to take advantage of them as well. These are people that in some cases know each other quite well. David Lammy and the Vice President J.D. Vance have known each other for some years. But beyond that, the relationships are new. And so with the help of staff from the embassy who do know Team Trump really quite well, they can foster those relationships in the moments that they have. And these moments like this, like today, are just you know, very important for all that.
Just while we've got you, Mark, because I've had another 2-minute warning. We know how these things work. At the White House, they're always delayed, aren't they? We were always waiting for President Biden. It seems like we're doing the same for President Trump. You mentioned J.D. Vance there, who I understand has just come into the room. He's just taking his seat there. You mentioned him. There was a particularly awkward moment in the Oval Office, wasn't there, where J.D. Vance was talking about the infringements on free speech in the UK, and Sir Keir Starmer interjected.
Yeah, there were two moments where Keir Starmer felt it was the right moment to interject. One was that, we remember J.D. Vance at the Munich Security Conference 10 days or so ago, chose that moment to lecture Europe about free speech, about wokeism, as he would see it, across Europe. And he singled out the UK and specific examples of incidents in the UK where he believed free speech was in peril. That prompted Keir Starmer to respond and say, look, that's actually not the case. We
Mark,
have free
I'm just
speech
interrupting you because the President and the Prime Minister are just entering the East Room. Let's listen in.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great honor. Today it's my privilege to welcome the Prime Minister of a very special place, the United Kingdom, to the White House. Prime Minister Starmer, you've been terrific in our discussions. You're a very tough negotiator, however. I'm not sure I like that, but that's okay. Very, very special person. The Prime Minister and I have gotten off to an outstanding start. The U.S. and U.K. have a special relationship, very special, really like no other, passed down through the centuries. And we're going to keep it that way. We're going to keep it very strong, as it is. Very importantly, I was just notified by letter from King Charles that he's extended through the Prime Minister a historic second state visit to the United Kingdom. And that's a great honor because it's never happened before. One person has never been extended that honor, and I really do call it an honor, but it's not for me, it's for our country. It's respect for our country. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank King Charles. Thank you very much, and we accept. I don't know if the media is going to follow us. I have a feeling they might. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm pleased to say that the bust of one of the Prime Minister's greatest predecessors. Winston Churchill is now back in the rightful place in the Oval Office, and we're very proud of it. Our meeting today and the various breakout sessions we had were tremendously productive. Most importantly, I provided the Prime Minister with an update on our efforts to end the bloody and horrible war in Ukraine with Russia, which would never have happened if I were president. That was not going to happen, I promise you that. After 3 years of hellacious conflict, approximately 1 million Ukrainians and Russians have been senselessly killed, but the number, I believe, is much higher than that. Countless schools, hospitals, towns, and beautiful ancient churches have been absolutely obliterated. To begin the process of ending this spiral of death, I had historic back-to-back calls with President Putin, very successful calls, I might add, and President Zelensky, and my team also spoke with the Secretary General of NATO on numerous occasions, and we're working very hard to get that war brought to an end. I think we've made a lot of progress, and I think it's moving along pretty rapidly. And I want to thank all of the people that are here that have been working on it. And we'll let you know what happens. It'll either be fairly soon or it won't be at all. In addition, this week I met with President Macron of France, as you know, and held talks with members of the G7. Tomorrow, the progress toward peace will continue when President Zelensky visits the White House. He'll be here tomorrow in the early part of the day, and we'll be signing a historic agreement that will make the United States a major partner in developing Ukraine's minerals and rare earths and oil and gases, and we have a great understanding. I think it's going to be great for Ukraine. We're going to be at the site, and we'll be digging. We'll be digging. Dig we must. A big utility in New York contacted us, and they used to have a sign, dig we must, and we will be digging. But much of the European aid to Ukraine has been sent in the form of loans for which they expect to be paid back, and we didn't have that honor under the Biden administration. He sent money, or just sent it, money after money after money, and never had any knowledge of ever seeing it back. Maybe $300 to $350 billion, but under the breakthrough agreement, very unusual, which everyone said was difficult to get, but it's really very good for Ukraine and very good for us. The American taxpayers will now effectively be reimbursed for the money and hundreds of billions of dollars poured into helping Ukraine defend itself, which by and of itself is a very worthy thing to do. We've paid far more than any other country, and with most of our support, it's been paid in military, the finest weapons anywhere in the world. This includes vast amounts of military hardware, ammunition, and various other things that we now have to start rebuilding our own stockpiles. Additionally, the minerals agreement will provide the basis for a more sustainable future relationship between the United States and Ukraine, and thus stimulate the long-term prosperity that will help the Ukrainians rebuild their country. It's been demolished, and the ruined infrastructure. The infrastructure, as you know, is in very bad shape. In just over 1 month, our administration has already achieved more progress toward peace than years in the other administration where they did nothing toward peace. They didn't understand what was happening. Our approach is basically common sense. As I said, so many of the things that we do are based on common sense. If you want peace, you have to talk, both sides. As I discussed with Prime Minister Starmer, the next step we're making is toward a very achievable ceasefire. We hope that that can happen quickly, because thousands of young people, in this case, we're not talking about Americans, we're talking about Ukrainians and Russians are being killed every week, thousands. And it's a rough battlefield. It's a flat piece of land, and the bullet only stops when it hits somebody. And this week, I saw the reports, and it's I don't even want to say what they are, but thousands of people, young, vibrant people died. and we want to stop that senseless, should have never happened. This will lay the groundwork for a long-term peace agreement that will return stability to Eastern Europe and hopefully ensure that such a terrible war will never happen on European soil or, for that matter, anywhere again. It's a horrible thing that's going on. The disaster in Ukraine shows exactly why it's so important for the United Kingdom and other NATO partners to make large investments in their defense capabilities. In many cases, 4% or 5% of GDP would be appropriate. I know that they're raising it. I just read an article, a great article, about the work you're doing in the UK as to the military. You're raising it quite a bit, which is a great thing to do for your country. It's a great thing to do. It's sad that we need that, but probably need that. So congratulations on that. I know you got it through. After years of chronic underfunding, there's an urgent need to catch up for some countries. And I want to thank the Prime Minister once again for traveling here today. Working together, I believe that we'll once again demonstrate the power of our country's unique friendship. This is indeed a unique friendship. It's been many years, and I think it's only gotten stronger, and we will make sure that it stays that way. We're going to have a great trade agreement. One way or the other, we're going to end up with a very good trade agreement for both countries, and we're working on that as we speak. I think we'll have the confines. I think we'll have something maybe even in terms of possibilities agreed to very shortly. JD's working on it, Vice President, and Scott, and I'm just looking, this all from Mike. You're going to work on it. Everyone's going to work on it. We'll see if we can do something pretty quickly, but we're going to make some great trade agreements with the UK and with the Prime Minister, and it'll happen very quickly. So I just want to thank you again, and please thank King Charles for the invite, and I look forward to you giving our acceptance on behalf of the United States of America. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for your leadership. This has been a very good and very productive visit. And with your family roots in Scotland and your close bond with His Majesty the King, it's good to know that the United Kingdom has a true friend in the Oval Office. And it was so good to see the bust of Winston Churchill back in its rightful place just a moment ago. But look, in a moment of real danger around the world, this relationship matters more than ever. We remain each other's first partner in defence, ready to come to the other's aid, to counter threats wherever and whenever they may arise. No two militaries are more intertwined than ours. No two countries have done more together to keep people safe. And in a few weeks, we mark VE Day, the 80th anniversary of victory in Europe. Britain and America fought side by side to make that happen. One of the greatest moments in our history. We stand side by side still today, and we're focused now on bringing an enduring end to the barbaric war in Ukraine. Mr. President, I welcome your deep and personal commitment to bring peace and to stop the killing. You've created a moment of tremendous opportunity to reach a historic peace deal, a deal that I think would be celebrated in Ukraine and around the world. That is the prize. But we have to get it right. There's a famous slogan in the United Kingdom from after the Second World War. That is that we have to win the peace. And that's what we must do now. Because it can't be peace that rewards the aggressor or that gives encouragement to regimes like Iran. We agree history must be on the side of the peacemaker, not the invader. So the stakes, they couldn't be higher. And we're determined to work together to deliver a good deal. We've discussed a plan today to reach a peace that is tough and fair, that Ukraine will help shape, that's backed by strength, to stop Putin coming back for more. I'm working closely with other European leaders on this, and I'm clear that the UK is ready to put boots on the ground and planes in the air to support a deal, working together with our allies, because that is the only way that peace will last. Mr. President, in this new era, you're also right that Europe must step up. And let me tell you now, I see the growing threats we face, and so the UK is all in. This year we'll be giving more military aid to Ukraine than ever, and just this week I've set out how we're shouldering more of the security burden. We're already one of the biggest spenders in NATO, and now we're going much further, delivering Britain's biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. This isn't just talk, it's action, rebalancing the transatlantic alliance, making us all stronger, and standing up for our shared values and shared security, as Britain always has. And Mr. President, it's no secret we're from different political traditions, but there's a lot that we have in common. We believe it's not taking part that counts. What counts is winning. If you don't win, you don't deliver. And we're determined to deliver for the working people of Britain and America, who want and deserve to see their lives improve. So we're both in a hurry to get things done, and that's what the UK and US do when we work together. We win and we get things done. So we'll do what it takes to keep our people safe. We'll also work together to deliver some big economic wins that can benefit us both. We have a $1.5 trillion invested in each other's economies, creating over 2.5 million jobs across both economies. Our trading relationship is not just strong, it's fair, balanced, and reciprocal. We're leaders together in so many areas, ranked 1 and 2 in the world as investment destinations, 1 and 2 for universities, 1 and 2 for Nobel Prizes, 1 and 2 in golf as well, by the way. And we're the only 2 Western countries with trillion-dollar tech sectors, leaders in AI. And look, we take a similar approach on this issue. Instead of over-regulating these new technologies, we're seizing the opportunities that they offer. So we've decided today to go further, to begin work on a new economic deal with advanced technology at its core. Look, our 2 nations together shaped the great technological innovations of the last century. We have a chance now to do the same for the 21st century. I mean, artificial intelligence could cure cancer. That could be a moonshot for our age. And that's how we'll keep delivering for our people. There are so many opportunities. Keep our nation strong and fulfill the promise of greatness that has always defined this relationship. Finally, to underline the importance of this bond. It was my privilege and honour to bring a letter with me today from His Majesty the King, not only sending his best wishes, but also inviting the President and the First Lady to make a state visit to the United Kingdom, an unprecedented second state visit. This has never happened before. It's so incredible, it will be historic. And I'm delighted that I can go back to His Majesty the King and tell him that President Trump has accepted the invitation. So thank you. Our teams will now work together to set a date, and we look forward to welcome you in the United Kingdom. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. What a beautiful accent. I would have been president 20 years ago if I had that accent. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see here. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, you told me that you believe that foreign countries pay tariffs, but Americans who are concerned about higher prices believe, as most people do, that they're paid by consumers and importers when they import things into this country. Can you explain how you came to this belief that foreign governments are paying tariffs? And for the Prime Minister, did you discuss with President Trump his repeated statements of desire to annex Canada? And has the King expressed any concern over the President's apparent desire to remove one of his realms from his control?
So I'll go ahead. The first part, the tariffs are necessary because we've been treated very unfairly by many, many countries, including our friends, friend and foe. But we've been treated very unfairly in trade at levels that nobody's really ever seen before, and especially under the Biden administration, they really took advantage of the United States. I put massive tariffs on China during my 4 years. We had the best economy in the history of our country. Probably the best economy, maybe the best economy in the history of the world. And I used tariffs to even things up. And in particular with China, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars and we had no inflation. And it's a myth. It's a myth that's put out there by foreign countries that really don't like paying tariffs, and especially to even up. So we've been treated badly by a lot. We're using tariffs. And I find, and you just have to look at the numbers, but I find that it's not about inflation, it's about fairness, and the inflation for us has not existed, and I don't think it's going to exist. We're going to bring our car industry back, we're going to bring our chips back, we're going to bring so many things back to our country, including pharmaceuticals and drugs, and the thing that's going to get us there is tariffs. And I say often, it's my favorite word in the dictionary, but I always preface that by saying now, because I got into a lot of trouble with the fake news where they say that's not good. So I say God, love, family, wife, they're all my favorite words, but tariff is about number 4 or 5 on the list. But I will tell you, it's going to make our country rich, and it's going to stop us from being a laughing stock all over the world, because we have been taken advantage of like no country has ever been taken advantage of. Thank you very much. And
look, we had a really good discussion, a productive discussion, a good discussion, as a result of which our teams are now going to be working together on an economic deal. Our teams are going to be working together on security in Ukraine. You mentioned Canada. I think you're trying to find a divide between us that doesn't exist. We're the closest of nations, and we had very good discussions today, but we didn't discuss Canada.
Thank you. Please. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes. Thank you.
Hi, Natasha Clark from LBC. Mr. President, you've said you're working on a new trade deal with Britain, which we of course welcome. President Obama once said Britain was at the back of the queue for that trade deal. Where are we now? When do you think we're going to see that? And Prime Minister, the BBC has today admitted serious flaws over the recent Gaza coverage, suggestions of payments made to people linked to Hamas. Does the BBC still have your trust? Thank you.
Well, they didn't do well with President Obama. He'd never got a lot of things done, and he didn't get a trade deal done that was of any importance or magnitude. We've had great discussions on trade, and I think we're going to have a deal done rather quickly as it can be done. We're going to have something, I think, rather quickly. We expect to do that. Okay? Please.
On the BBC, look, I've been concerned about the programme in question. The Secretary of State had a meeting with the BBC. I think it was yesterday, it could have been the day before. Thank you.
Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Pardon me. Mr. President, do you support Article 5 of the NATO treaty? And are you concerned that it might be triggered if European peacekeeping forces end up in Ukraine?
I support it. I don't think we're going to have any reason for it. I think we're going to have a very successful peace, and I think it's going to be a long-lasting peace. And I think it's going to happen hopefully quickly. If it doesn't happen quickly, it may not happen at all. And we want it for 2 reasons. Number one, I want to see on a humane basis, I want to see soldiers stop getting shot, because largely it's soldiers now. Towns have been obliterated, but it's largely that. And I don't want to pay billions and billions and billions of dollars, nor does the Prime Minister or anybody else, on a senseless war that should have never happened. And we're going to get it taken care of. But I think it's going to be a peace that's going to be long-lasting. Do you have a question for the Prime Minister?
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, you were asking the President today about a backstop for Europe if the peacekeeping force ends up in Ukraine. Did you feel like you got a satisfying answer for yourself and for Europe? And Mr. President, if you want to comment on that as well, please do.
I felt we had a very productive discussion. Obviously, as the President says, the deal has to come first. But yes, our teams are going to be talking about how we make sure that deal sticks, is lasting and enforced. So our teams will be talking about that.
Okay. Please, Blue.
Mr. President, some experts think it could take more than a decade to mine the precious minerals from Ukraine. How much should the U.S. expect to receive, and when do you expect to see that come to fruition?
Well, we're never going to know that answer, but by our being in Ukraine and doing the exploration and also the digging and taking the rare earth, which we need in our country very badly, we'll be doing a substantial amount of work, probably about at least what we have in there, and we hope to be able to do that. You never know when it comes to that. You know, you dig and maybe things aren't there like you think they're there, but we'll be spending a lot of time there. It'll be great for Ukraine. It's like a huge economic development project, so it'll be good for both countries, okay? Please.
Prime Minister, excuse me, Prime Minister, you've talked about putting British soldiers' boots on the ground in Ukraine in the event that President Trump succeeds with his peace deal. But can you do that without a firm assurance that America will have our back in the form of some kind of security guarantee were Putin to breach that agreement? And, Mr. President, tomorrow you're seeing President Zelensky to sign this deal on minerals and energy that could be hugely important to the United States. Will you take the opportunity to apologize to him for calling him a dictator while praising Vladimir Putin, who is a dictator?
Well, Robert, let me start by saying I've been really clear today and previously that I think that European countries, including the United Kingdom, need to step up in our own defence and security. We've been doing that in recent days. You saw the announcement we made on spending just the other day. In addition to that, I've made it clear that the United Kingdom will play its full part in ensuring that if there's a deal, and we hope there is a deal in Ukraine, that is a lasting deal that sticks. And we're obviously working with other European countries on that, France and NATO in particular. But I think I'm hosting 18 countries on Sunday to further our discussions. You heard from the President this morning that, you know, as historically has always been the case, we have each other's backs. And today we've been talking about the deal, how that will be a lasting deal. And coming out of this, our teams will now be talking in detail about that.
And I think we're going to have a very good meeting tomorrow, 11 o'clock. And I think we're going to have a very good meeting tomorrow morning. We're going to get along really well, okay? We have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for them. We've given them a lot of equipment and a lot of money, but they have fought very bravely, no matter how you figure it. They have really fought. Somebody has to use that equipment, and they have been very brave in that sense. Yeah, please, go ahead.
The ceasefire deal is nearing an end this Saturday, and there's been some worry that phase 2 might never get there. Do you believe that phase 2 of the ceasefire in Gaza will come to fruition? And have you spoken to Netanyahu about it? And for the Prime Minister, this peacekeeping deal has been pushed forward by the UK and France as well. Have you been in discussions with any other European countries to join this initiative? And are you expecting Commonwealth countries to also join the effort? Thank you.
So we're working very hard in the Middle East and Gaza and all of the problems, and it's been going on for years and years and centuries and centuries. It's a tough neighborhood, but it could be a very beautiful neighborhood, and I think we're going to come up with some pretty good solutions. But phase 1 is almost complete. We've had some people that have been very seriously injured, very seriously hurt, both physically and mentally. They've come out of there very, very, and some of them in very, very bad shape. It's shocking. Many young people aren't in bad shape. Young people are strong, healthy. They don't die. People have come out dead, young people and old people. It's a rough situation, but I think we're going to make it much better. And I think that we've had a huge impact on that since we've been in just the 4 weeks. I think we've had a huge impact on Gaza, the Middle East, and we have some pretty good talks going on concerning lots of other people that are going to make it better. So we'll see what happens. Nobody really knows, but we'll see what happens. But I think we've had a very positive impact. Prime Minister?
Yeah, on the question of the European countries, yes, I've spoken to a number of countries, particularly in the last few weeks. We had a meeting in Paris last week. I've got a meeting on Sunday with 18 countries to further our discussions. Obviously, we've been talking quite intensely to our French colleagues and to NATO, but to other countries as well, because, as I say, I think it's important for European countries, including the United Kingdom, to step up and do more in the defence and security of Europe and our continent and the United Kingdom, and we'll do so. Well, we're talking to a number of other countries.
Thank you. Yes, in the red, please. Pink red, flaming red.
Is it me or her?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. A question on Ukraine. Number one is, if you're not considering the security guarantees, are you open to other forms of, for example, intelligence cooperation with Ukraine? And Mr. Prime Minister, President Trump has proposed a plan for Gaza. Does this fit into the two-state solution that the UK held for a long time? Do you see it fit into your general Middle Eastern strategy? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're open to many things, but before I even think about that, that's almost pleasant to think about because that would mean that peace has been arrived at. We have to arrive at that peace. And, you know, you went 3.5 years with an administration that never even really had a meeting. They didn't have a meeting on peace. And there was no prospect of peace. I think, frankly, Russia wanted to go through the whole long deal. I don't think they do anymore. I don't think they do. We had a very big impact on that whole situation. But I don't like talking about phase 2 until I get phase 1. Phase 1 is I have to make peace. And we have to get Russia to agree. We have to get Ukraine to agree. And I think we will, I think we've come a long way. I believe we're going to get it done. I wouldn't say that if I didn't think so. And I think it will be very important, very historic, and we're going to save a lot of lives.
On the question of Gaza, the last few weeks of the ceasefire have been very impactful. And for me, there are two images that I remember more than any other. The first is Emily Damari, who is British, being reunited with her mother. You may remember she had her fingers missing after what she endured. That was an incredible moment. I'd spent a lot of time with her mother whilst she was held captive, and her mother went through absolute torture. The other image was thousands of Palestinians marching through rubble, trying to return to their communities and their homes. So we have to do everything we can to ensure that the ceasefire continues, so that more hostages can be returned, so that aid can be brought in that's desperately needed. We need to allow Palestinians to return and to rebuild their lives, and we must all support them in doing that. And yes, I believe that the two-state solution is ultimately the only way for a lasting peace in the region.
And think of that. She came home with her fingers and part of her hand blown off.
That's terrible.
How bad does it get? And we had others that came home in much worse shape than that.
Yeah.
It's a terrible situation. Please, yes.
Thank you. Mr. President, did our Prime Minister persuade you not to put tariffs on the UK? And if I may, Prime Minister, do you think that Vladimir Putin is a man who will keep his word? Thanks.
He tried. He was working hard, I'll tell you that. He earned whatever the hell they pay him over there. But he tried. I think there's a very good chance that in the case of these two great friendly countries, I think we could very well end up with a real trade deal where the tariffs wouldn't be necessary. We'll see, but he earned whatever they pay him. He earned today. He was working hard at lunch, and I'm very receptive to it. I think in all fairness, in all seriousness, I think we have a very good chance at arriving at a very good deal. JD and Scott and Howard, all the people are working on it, and I think we have a good chance at arriving at a deal that could be terrific, really terrific for both countries. Okay? Thank you.
On the second part of the question, I think my views on Putin are pretty well rehearsed and pretty well known. My concern is that if there's a deal, and I hope there is a deal, that it must be a lasting deal, that it's not a temporary measure. And that is why I think it's really important that Putin knows that this deal, a historic deal, which I very much hope comes about, is there, and it's a lasting deal, and that we're able to deal with any inclination he has to go again or go further.
I think we'll have two deals. I think we'll have a deal on ending the war, and I think we're going to end up with a great trade deal with you. And it's an honor to be with you, and I want to thank everybody very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're listening there to that press conference with US President Donald Trump and Sir Keir Starmer. And we heard them say several times that this was a very special relationship. A number of news lines coming out of there after what I imagine 10 Downing Street would say was a incredibly productive and a positive trip there. So that press conference has now come to an end. Let's bring in our US correspondent, Mark Stone, who is at the White House and has been following all of the developments. Mark, really good to see you. We saw Sir Keir Starmer sort of bearing gifts for Donald Trump earlier in the day, didn't we? He pulled out this letter that he said came from King Charles, and it went down well. And then, of course, music to the ears, I would say, of 10 Downing Street, because, whenever you speak to British officials, they always sort of wonder whether the special relationship is indeed special still. And Donald Trump a number of times described the relationship as special.
Yeah, it certainly sounds pretty special from what we just heard there. Let's begin at the end, because the closing remarks from President Trump is that I think we're going to end with two deals, a deal on ending the war and a great trade deal with you. I mean, that second part, the first part well, they're both hard to achieve. The first part is a broader question of Ukraine and Russia. The second is specific to the UK. And if the Prime Minister came here hoping that he was going to try and persuade the President that the UK should avoid tariffs, well, now it sounds like he's going home with not just that, but the prospect of a trade deal, which I think is pretty remarkable, and we're certainly not there yet, and it will take time. But I think this will be something that the British side will carry home with them with big smiles on their face. He said, Donald Trump said at the end there, he was asked, do you think that Keir Starmer Britain can avoid tariffs? And Donald Trump, in a very characteristic way, said, well, he tried, Starmer tried, he is working hard, he earned whatever the hell you guys pay him over there. A very good chance that we could end up, so says Donald Trump, with a trade deal. In all fairness and all seriousness, there is a good chance of arriving at a deal. It could be really terrific for both countries. Now, of course, we don't know what the edge contours of that deal might look like, but the very fact that the President is saying it here now, with the Prime Minister standing at his side, that's positive indeed. There was discussion on matters of geopolitics as well. The President was asked up front a question I've wanted to ask him for a couple of weeks. Will he fully commit to Article 5 of NATO? That is, that an attack on one NATO member is an attack on all of NATO and prompts a response from all of NATO. And he said yes, effectively. I support it, and I don't think that we're going to have any reason to use it. That question was asked in the context of Keir Starmer committing to British troops on the ground in Ukraine. Another key news line that's been talked about over the course of the past few weeks. Well, Keir Starmer now committing to British peacekeepers on the ground. Look, we have no idea how President Putin would react to that, but certainly from President Trump's perspective, that appears to be good news. I think more broadly, Yalda, Keir Starmer was talking in Trump's language. He was borrowing Trump's phrases as he threw the arguments back towards him. I think he was forceful. Keir Starmer was in his delivery, but he was forthright as well. But he did it in a, I think, my immediate reaction at least is that he did it in a pretty neat way. He talked about binding the two countries together. He highlighted the success of America and Britain working together. He invoked the memory of Churchill. His bust, incidentally, is now back in the Oval Office, something both leaders said they were very proud about. And he kind of, I'm trying to look for the phrase now, where he talked about history being on the side of the peacemaker and not the aggressor. He was kind of reminding President Trump in the subtext of what he said that you like to be a winner, Donald Trump. You like to be seen as the peacemaker, the winner. Well, in order to achieve that, then you have to help us get a lasting peace in Europe. And then, you know, in a very American way, Keir Starmer said it's not the taking part that counts, it's the winning. You might say that the British way of doing things is actually the opposite. It's not the winning, it's the taking part. The American way of doing things, the Trumpian way of doing things, is not taking part, it's winning. And Keir Starmer borrowed that phrase, used that phrase to kind of appeal to Donald Trump. And I think it went down very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark, we're going to keep you there and get some more analysis from you in a moment, and we will be speaking to some of our other correspondents. But thank you so much for now for bringing us up to date. But let's just bring you up to speed on the full story. Donald Trump's first 40 days in office have seen a host of world leaders visit the White House, from the King of Jordan to the President of France. Emmanuel Macron seemed to provide a diplomatic blueprint for others to follow. And as we've been hearing today, it was Sir Keir Starmer's turn. Even before his arrival, he looked to impress Donald Trump by agreeing to raise UK defence spending. And he talked about that earlier in the press conference. It helped the meeting get off to a good start. But there were still doubts Starmer could get what he really wanted, a security guarantee for Ukraine. Donald Trump had dismissed the idea just a day earlier, but it turned out Starmer had an ace up his sleeve, an invite for a state visit from the King. Trump, who's often spoken of his fondness for the royals, duly accepted. This was the Prime Minister's way of trying to keep alive the so-called special relationship. And we heard a lot about the special relationship there in that press conference. Now, the idea that Britain and America cooperate, but would it convince Trump to stay close to his European allies? Well, during Trump 2.0, there have been doubts. The US president has spoken of new priorities away from Europe, and the special relationship didn't look like one of them, even with pleasantries and gifts from Britain. Well, as the two men met today, many were wondering, could we be about to see a breakup? And what would Starmer do if Trump's answer to providing Ukraine security was simply no? Let's just look at what happened in their first meeting in the Oval Office.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I say thank you for your hospitality, for your leadership? We have met a number of times, we've talked a number of times, and we have had a very constructive conversation. I'm sure we will today. And of course, our countries have been bound together for a very long time now. The closest alliance, I think, of any two countries when it comes to prosperity and security. And I know that together we will strengthen that even further. And on issues like Ukraine, thank you for changing the conversation to bring about the possibility that now we can have a peace deal. And we want to work with you to make sure that peace deal is enduring, that it lasts, that it's a deal that goes down as a historic deal, that nobody breaches, and we'll work with you to make sure that that absolutely happens. And it is my pleasure to bring from His Majesty the King, a letter. He sends his best wishes and his regards, of course, but he also asked me to bear this letter and bring it to you. So can I present the letter from the King to
Thank you very much. Am I supposed to read it right now?
Yeah, please do.
I will do.
I've got to tell him what your reaction is, so I need to know. I need to know.
He is a great gentleman, a great, great gentleman. Oh, that's well. Well, that is really nice. I must make sure his signature's on that. Because, otherwise, it's not quite as meaningful. It is, and that's quite a signature, isn't it? Beautiful. He's a beautiful man, a wonderful man, and we appreciate it. I've known him, gotten to know him very well, actually. First term and now second term. Perhaps you'd like to say what that very important paragraph.
Yeah, so this is a letter from His Majesty the King. It's an invitation for a second state visit. This is really special. This has never happened before. This is unprecedented. And I think that just symbolises the strength of the relationship between us. So this is a very special letter. I think the last state visit was a tremendous success.
It was.
His Majesty the King wants to make this even better than that. So this is truly historic, an unprecedented second state visit. And he wants to talk that through with you.
And that says at Windsor. That's really something.
Yes. What I haven't got yet is your answer. I do need to.
The answer is yes. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you obviously can do business with our Prime Minister Keir Starmer. You said yesterday that the EU was constructed to screw the US when it comes to trade. What can our Prime Minister say to you to persuade you not to impose tariffs on the United Kingdom?
Yeah, did I use the word that you said, that bad word?
I think so.
Well, I think that the EU, I've had problems with the EU because, and we're not talking about, we happen to have a great relationship with you, but we did have, and we do have problems with the EU because they've tariffed us. They do it in the form of a VAT tax, which is about 20%, and many other taxes. They sue our companies. They sued Apple, got 16 or 17 billion dollars, which was, I think, totally a ridiculous decision.
Can you see any situation where US forces could be deployed as a backstop in a peacekeeping operation in direct confrontation with Russian forces?
Well, there is a backstop thing. You know, first you're going to have European countries because they're right there. We're very far away. We have an ocean between us. But we want to make sure it works. So I don't know when you say backstop, you mean a backstop psychologically or militarily or what? But we are a backstop because we'll be over there. We'll be working in the country. We're going to be, that's a great thing economically for them because, you know, when you talk about economic development, we're going to have a lot of people over there. So we'll be working in the country. So I just don't think you're going to have a problem. I think when we have an agreement, you can say whatever you want about security, who's going to do it or all, and that's going to be a very pleasant conversation. The hard conversation is, will we have an agreement? And I think the answer is yes. I think Russia will agree, and I think that I really believe Ukraine will agree also.
So will you discuss AUKUS as well? Just to follow up on that, if British troops are in Ukraine keeping the peace and get attacked by Russia, will you come to their aid?
If the British people are in Ukraine and they get attacked,
if British soldiers in Ukraine.
you know, I've always found about the British, they don't need much help. They can take care of themselves very well.
That sounds like
you know what? No, it sounds like it's evasive, but it's not evasive. You know, the British have been incredible soldiers, incredible military, and they can take care of themselves. But if they need help, I'll always be with the British, okay? I'll always be with them. But they don't need help. You look at their career. You have done very well over the years, haven't you?
We have. I'm very proud of our country. And but we've also always been there backing each other up between our two countries. That is why this is the greatest alliance for prosperity and security I think the world has ever seen. Whenever necessary, we've absolutely backed each other up, and that's at the core.
Could you take on Russia by yourselves?
Well.
All right, one or two more. Yes, ma'am.
In his remarks at the Munich Security Conference, Vice President Vance condemned free speech violations in the UK, particularly. Could you respond? What is your message?
I have an idea. We have the man right here. Come on. Let's go, JD. We're putting you on stage.
Great. Yeah, look, I said what I said, which is that we do have, of course, a special relationship with our friends in the UK and also with some of our European allies. But we also know that there have been infringements on free speech that actually affect not just the British, of course, what the British do in their own country is up to them, but also affect American technology companies and by extension American citizens. So that is something that we'll talk about today at lunch.
We've had free speech for a very, very long time in the United Kingdom, and it will last for a very, very long time. Well, no, I mean, certainly we wouldn't want to reach across US citizens, and we don't, and that's absolutely right. But in relation to free speech in the UK, I'm very proud of our history there.
A snapshot of some of the highlights of the day. And our political editor, Beth Rigby, was among those inside the Oval Office asking the questions. Let's get the view now of our World News team. Our US correspondent, Mark Stone, is at the White House. Our defence and security editor, Deborah Haynes, is in Kyiv. And political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh, is here with me in the studio. Mark, we'll start with you. Often I hear you off the back of these press conferences describing it as a tsunami of news that's coming out. And it very much felt like that. I mean, every time Donald Trump opened his mouth, it felt like another news line was coming out. But what we also heard over and over again was him reiterating that this was indeed a special relationship as far as he was concerned as well.
Yeah, that phrase that we talk about so much, don't we? But it did feel special today, and it really could have gone any way. I don't think at the beginning of the day, if you did, I asked British officials how they thought it might go, and they wouldn't commit to it going well because you just never know. But I think the day is now almost over, and I think British officials will be happy, and so too are US officials. I just saw Scott Bessent, the US Treasury Secretary, and I asked him from a distance, how do you think today went? Thumbs up, he said. So that's good. Both sides seem happy. What more could you want? I mean, I guess the backdrop is, of course, the issues they were discussing are incredibly complex. Ukraine, trade, and Britain is dealing with a president who has certainly been transformative in the way he does things. He's certainly unconventional, and he certainly can be temperamental. But within that context, I think it was a good day, and I think people will think that Keir Starmer dealt with it pretty well. I mean, yeah, there was kind of the awkward moments came almost from just how fawning at times Keir Starmer, Prime Minister Starmer, was with his praise, kind of the wrong word, but the way he framed stuff, because he knows Donald Trump likes to be flattered. I guess the British kind of met Donald Trump where he is on that, and that moment at the beginning of the Oval Office where he produced the letter, the invitation from King Charles for what seems to be a state visit, but also maybe a pre-visit to plan the state visit, a visit to Balmoral as well. He knew that would go down well, and certainly it did. But from the news conference, what we didn't get from the Oval Office, but we did get from the news conference, was big lines on not just perhaps the UK avoiding tariffs, but perhaps some sort of a trade deal as well. Now, remember, a trade deal, that goes back to the Brexit days. After Brexit, Britain wanted to be able to forge a trade deal with America. It never really happened. Now it seems to be something that they are actively talking about. And then, of course, Ukraine as well. So much on that too.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, it did appear that there was a lot of pressure on Keir Starmer to get this right. He was almost sandwiched between this meeting at the Oval Office between the French President Emmanuel Macron and, of course, this trip that President Zelensky is going to make tomorrow to the White House. So he had to almost juggle the weight of all of that and all of the events of this week.
Yeah, and remember that the Zelensky visit was only announced, was it yesterday or the day before? So when this visit was planned, and up until a couple of days ago, the pressure of the Zelensky visit was not part of it all. Now of course, it is. Look, I think Macron and Starmer are clearly two very different people. In their styles, and they dealt with the moment in different ways. There was a sort of bromance between Emmanuel Macron and Donald Trump. But you know, what did Macron actually go away with? What were the sort of things he could take away from his visit? Not a great deal, actually. It went well, but not a great deal of actual tangible results from that. I think Keir Starmer, certainly Downing Street, will be spinning this as some real takeaways, whether it be on America's commitment to NATO, which appears to be strong today, although yesterday Donald Trump said forget about NATO. So, you know, the commitments are as long as a day, maybe, but also on the trade deal. I mean, real genuine commitment there. And Scott Bessent, who's standing over there doing an interview with one of the Trump-friendly America networks, he seems pretty upbeat as well.
Mark, let's bring Deborah into the conversation. Deborah, you're in Kiev at the moment, just listening there to Mark's analysis and, of course, seeing the events of the day, Ukraine front and centre, certainly for Keir Starmer. And we heard a number of things from Donald Trump. You know, he said he has a lot of respect for President Zelensky. He was asked if he, you know, still stood by his remarks that President Zelensky was a dictator, and he sort of brushed that off and said, you know, did I say that? There was a lot there for the Ukrainians ahead of their trip tomorrow that they will be analysing and pulling apart.
Yes, and I imagine breathing a sigh of relief, because it was a lot more friendly, wasn't it, than a week ago? And clearly that hinges around this minerals and you know, rare earth metals that Donald Trump is so fixated on. And he did keep on repeating, didn't he, this claim that he makes that America has spent $350 billion in supporting Ukraine. It's a figure that Ukraine doesn't recognise. Ukraine does not believe it has a debt. So there is a divergence of views when it comes to the money. But when it comes to the matter of the fact that Ukraine absolutely needs to have the US on its side, then signing this deal and Volodymyr Zelensky getting FaceTime with President Trump before Donald Trump goes and speaks directly face-to-face to Vladimir Putin, that is a big win for Ukraine. And as well, I thought it was really interesting what Donald Trump said in the Oval Office when he was talking to journalists initially. And he said that he was going to be trying to get back as much land as possible from Russia, which is a different slant, isn't it, to what his Defence Secretary was saying 2.5 weeks ago when he was at the NATO headquarters. And he said that getting back all of the land that Russia has taken is an unrealistic goal. It's a sort of a glass half full interpretation of that, with Donald Trump saying that they're going to try and get back as much land as possible. Oh, he didn't say all of it, but I think that too will be seen really well, really strongly here in Ukraine ahead of this crucial meeting that Volodymyr Zelensky is going to be having tomorrow, when it's his turn in the limelight.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to come back to you about that in a moment, because as you say, it is a slippery slope when we're hearing mixed messages come out from Donald Trump and then, of course, his Defence Secretary. I'm going to bring in Serena into the conversation, because, Serena, you know, one of the things, I guess, that many world leaders have learned dealing with Trump 1 and now Trump 2 as well, it's good to bear some gifts for Donald Trump when you get there. And that seemed to have gone down really well. In fact, I interviewed John Bolton, his former national security advisor, earlier in the day, who said, you know, he loves the royal family. So offer that in some way because it'll go down well.
Yeah, you can tell they've done their homework, and not only a gift, but a visible prop to hand to him. He said in the Oval Office, shall I read it now? And he did. But clearly that from that press conference, you can see he's taken it away, he's absorbed it, and it was mentioned 3 times in that short speech. So this has really gone down well.
And at the press conference as well. I mean, he mentioned it. He was very excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly known about him that he does love the royal family, that he gets on with King Charles. They talk about environmental issues, apparently is one of their shared interests. But that has gone down really well. And what does Downing Street get as a prize to come away with, a potential Chagos deal, a potential peace deal with this US backstop. That conversation at least started, potentially avoiding tariffs. And there's also been a shift in terms of tones, in terms of how Donald Trump is speaking about Ukrainians. He said that, yes, we handed over weapons, but the Ukrainians are brave, that they have to use those weapons and fight. It's a huge tone shift from calling President Zelensky a dictator. So I think Downing Street will be very proud, not only in their preparation, but what they will potentially come home with.
We talked a little bit there about the pressure on Keir Starmer, to get this messaging right, because they wanted in some way, after the last couple of weeks, calling President Zelensky a dictator, for example, not saying that Russia started this war. European leaders were very concerned about how this would go down. So we saw Emmanuel Macron there early in the week, correcting Donald Trump a number of times on a number of things. And so it was crucial that Keir Starmer get this right as well.
Completely, and you can see Sir Keir Starmer placing himself at the centre of these negotiations, brokering between the US and the Europeans, holding the summit on Sunday now. But I think that also does cause him some issues potentially as well. If they are going to avoid these huge tariffs, the UK will, but through a trade deal potentially. I think the Europeans who Keir Starmer has been cozying up to will turn around and say, hang on, that doesn't seem fair if we're getting slapped down with these massive tariffs, but the UK seem to get a free ride, essentially. We don't know what that trade deal will look like, but I think being in the centre of this does create more issues for the Prime Minister as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to Debs, who joins us from Kiev. And Debs, Serena and I just talking there about the kind of work that European leaders have put into trying to correct some of the messaging that was coming out of the Oval Office in terms of who was to blame. I mean, today we're hearing Donald Trump sort of almost shift the tone and talk about the fact that Ukrainians are incredibly resilient, and some of the things that you've pointed out there as well in terms of the land and whether it can be taken back. But no doubt Ukrainians are still going to be incredibly cautious here, because from one week to the next, the tone, the language can actually shift in the White House.
Yes, and Donald Trump, didn't he, kept on saying that he believes that Vladimir Putin will effectively be good to his word when it comes to a ceasefire deal. He was asked a couple of times if he thought that Russia would attack again, and he said that he didn't think that would happen if they reached a deal. But I thought it was interesting, he also kind of caveated that a couple of times too, saying that he thinks that there will be a deal and it's going to happen quickly, or it may not happen at all, which, points to he's obviously got in his mind that it's not 100% guarantee that he can get this deal over the line. For the Ukrainians, they are going to be wanting to know with much more clarity what this US backstop, which everyone is talking about, is going to look like. Donald Trump seems to think that the minerals deal that he's going to be signing tomorrow with the Ukrainian president is going to pave the way for Americans to be here on the ground to, in Donald Trump's words, dig, dig, dig. He said there's lots of digging to do here. We actually visited a titanium mine, and I can confirm that there is a lot of digging to be done, because this country does have a huge reserves of titanium in particular in terms of minerals. But he seems to imply that having Americans on the ground is as good as skin in the game, which means that Russia wouldn't dare try. He was asked, and I thought this was really interesting too, given that it's the UK, France, other European countries, maybe even Turkey as well, that have said that they are going to put forces, actual military forces on the ground as some kind of reassurance presence to ensure and monitor a ceasefire and make sure Russia doesn't attack again. He was asked whether, if the British troops got attacked by Russia, would America then come to Britain's aid? And he kind of half-jokingly said, well, of course not, the Brits don't need the Americans to help. Look how, they're very strong, they're very capable. And it was a little bit awkward because obviously everybody knows, yes, the UK armed forces are incredibly capable, but they're also far too small, and they massively rely on the Americans for a lot of the Gucci stuff that they do. And I thought when Donald Trump kind of sort of half-jokingly again asked Keir Starmer that whether or not the Brits would be able to deal with a Russian attack, clearly knowing that, of course, they'd come to America for help. That too it's said in jest, but it's a very serious point. The Brits do need the Americans.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to Washington and speak with our Mark Stone, who, of course, has been watching all of the developments today. Mark, just sort of wrapping up everything that we've seen, and as Keir Starmer's trip there comes, to an end in terms of his meetings with Donald Trump, we've seen some awkward moments with leaders and Donald Trump over the course of the last couple of weeks. I mean, King Abdullah comes to mind, where he held this sudden impromptu press conference and put him on the spot when it came to Gaza. All eyes are going to be on President Zelensky tomorrow and that visit, because President Zelensky, made quite a risky move about 10 days ago when he said that Donald Trump, look, we respect you, we're grateful for everything America has done, but you are falling into this vortex of Russian misinformation. And that really went down badly with Donald Trump. He bit back and bit hard. So, this minerals deal, they're going to sign this deal about a deal, but I imagine Volodymyr Zelensky is going to look at Sir Keir Starmer's performance, look at Emmanuel Macron's performance and think, OK, I need to kind of take that approach when I speak to him tomorrow.
Yeah. They're all taking notes from each other and they're talking to each other. I wouldn't be at all surprised it's almost certain that tonight or before the visit tomorrow, Keir Starmer and Volodymyr Zelensky may well speak, or at least their aides will speak, and they will compare notes. We know that Starmer and Macron spoke after Macron's meeting at the beginning of the week. Incidentally, Donald Trump just emerged from the West Wing, an impromptu moment where he came out, not quite sure why he came out, but he came out, had a few words with some aides outside there, didn't say a great deal. One of the key focuses for Brits, but also for the Australians, is AUKUS, this incredibly important defence pact between the United States, the US and the UK, acronym AUKUS, which Donald Trump appeared in the Oval Office to not know about. I mean, it's a defence pact that goes back a long time. It's very important for those three countries, certainly for the lesser players, the Australians and the Brits. And in one question, Donald Trump appeared not to know what it was and had to seek clarity. Maybe he misheard. Maybe he didn't hear the question properly. That's the benefit of the doubt for him. But certainly our Australian colleagues over there are exercised, shall we say, about that particular issue. But I think in terms of the takeaways, the deliverables, this talk of a trade deal is clearly a big deal for the UK. Now, what does trade deal actually mean? Does it just mean a deal to avoid tariffs? Probably, but that alone is great. That alone is good news for the British. They want to be able to carve themselves out as separate from the European Union. If the EU gets massive tariffs, reciprocal tariffs placed on it, well, that's clearly not good. The Brits would argue for anyone, but what they want to avoid above all else is their own reciprocal tariffs from the Americans. And it sounds as though at least the contours of that are there, which I think obviously will be very good news for the British.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mark, on AUKUS, I imagine all the headlines across Australia will be that line that when he was asked about AUKUS, he said, "What does that mean?" So that's going to go down not so well in Australia, I think. Mark, Deborah, and Serena, thank you all for all of your analysis. You're watching The World with me, Yalda Hakim. We've got lots more coming up after the break. We'll hear from an ally turned critic of Donald Trump, the president's former national security advisor, John Bolton.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent.
It takes 60 minutes to cross the Irish Sea. It took the British monarchy a century.
I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
The political parties of Northern Ireland have reached agreement.
If there's anyone who might know how to fix Northern Ireland's devolved government, it's the American architect.
Changes in circumstance require changes in approach.
the end of the political stalemate, the start of a new chapter for Northern Ireland.
I confirm that I am willing to take up the office of First Minister. My election to the post of First Minister demonstrates the change that's happening on this island.
Catholics and Protestants on different sides, now facing the same threat.
If we both contract COVID-19 and end up in hospital, religion's nothing.
People here are adept at finding hope amid adversity. That's the spirit of a place that punches way above its weight.
We help you understand the world with us. A toxic blue-green algae now poisoning Loch Ness. It's breaking your heart what has happened here.
It is.
This is a vital resource, a national treasure, now fighting for its very life.
They are effectively surrounded by Northern Ireland, and that makes this the most unlikely of international frontiers.
If there's a hard border, I think it'll cripple the country.
Winter is coming. Welcome to Winterfell. It's an iconic location in this globally acclaimed drama. Ophelia was the most powerful hurricane this far east in the Atlantic on record. Sky News, the full story first.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
We are under Israeli military restrictions in terms of some of the things that we can film, but it's important to be in there. What a slow drive for the president as he approaches his golf club. 4 more years! Free wherever you get your news. I'm Mark Stone and I'm Sky's correspondent based here in Washington, D.C.
We're rolling.
Welcome to the world.
Our new podcast, starting now. It's very exciting. Every week, we'll be reporting from the world's trouble spots.
We get to hold those in positions of power accountable, and we get to ask the questions that the audience, the listeners, want to know about.
And that's why it is so important that people tune in, come along for the road, come along for the journey. It'll be fun.
Welcome back to the programme. Now, one item on the agenda that Prime Minister Keir Starmer was surely fearing was the matter of convincing Donald Trump not to impose tariffs on the UK. The US President already announced 25% tariffs on the EU. During their joint press conference, Donald Trump was asked whether Keir Starmer did enough to convince him. Just have a listen.
Did our Prime Minister persuade you not to put tariffs on the UK?
He tried. He was working hard, I'll tell you that. He earned whatever the hell they pay him over there. But he tried. I think there's a very good chance that in the case of these two great friendly countries, I think we could very well end up with a real trade deal where the tariffs wouldn't be necessary. We'll see. But he earned whatever they pay him. He earned today. He was working hard at lunch. And I'm very receptive to it. I think in all fairness, in all seriousness, I think we have a very good chance at arriving at a very good deal. JD and Scott and Howard, all the people are working on it. And I think we have a good chance at arriving at a deal that could be terrific, really terrific for both countries.
Let's bring in our political editor, Beth Rigby. And Beth, you join us now. Good to see you. You were, of course, at that news conference. You asked Donald Trump and the Prime Minister a question, but you could really see that relationship between them. Even there, Donald Trump, we heard him say teasingly, he worked really hard. He earned, whatever they're paying him over there.
Yeah, look, there's a few things to say on that. The first thing, Yauda, is that going into this bilateral summit, those around Prime Minister Starmer were stressing that these guys genuinely got on well. They liked each other. and that Keir Starmer could say things to Donald Trump in private and not get his head blown off. That was the kind of mood music going into that meeting. And I think what we saw today in the Oval Office and then at that press conference was a genuine rapport between the two men, and Donald Trump seems amenable to Keir Starmer. Now, you might not have thought that would happen because Keir Starmer's a Labour politician. Traditionally, Labour has backed the Democrats. Trump from a very different political philosophy to that, but they seem to get on. And with Donald Trump, it's all about relationships. So that's the atmospherics of this all. And I think that number 10 will have thought that this could not have gone better. Coming into it, there were two elements. Could Keir Starmer convince Donald Trump to put in security guarantees in a peace deal with Ukraine? That just hasn't been clear, with President Trump saying it's all about the deal. Once I've got the deal, we can talk about the arrangements. So he didn't really bite on these security guarantees. What he did say at that press conference was this peace deal will happen very quickly or not at all. And with that in mind, Keir Starmer will be hosting 18 European leaders in London on Sunday, and I imagine that he has got stuff to go back with from these negotiations with Donald Trump to discuss. But look, the big story that emerged out of this is trade, for sure. What the Prime Minister secured in there was a president who has been threatening allies around the world with tariffs, with him saying maybe we can work something out. He didn't completely rule out tariffs, but actually he said, what I want to do is a trade deal where maybe this could be avoided. That is a huge win for a Prime Minister that did not necessarily think he would come out with that. And also for a UK government that really need to strengthen trade ties with the US because they're looking for economic growth. So that is a big win for him. Look, on the actual substance on it, whether they can agree on things like food standards, NHS, not so clear, but Keir Starmer will be delighted about how this played out today.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for being in the room for us and asking those questions. Thanks again for joining us, Beth. Well, Donald Trump has made it clear that his top team will follow his leadership, saying there will be no exceptions. One official from the president's first term who refuses to hold back with criticism of his old boss is former National Security Advisor John Bolton. We spoke earlier as the Prime Minister prepared to meet with the President. I asked what advice he would have.
He has to keep in mind that Donald Trump is not like any other leader he's ever met. He doesn't have a philosophy. He doesn't do grand strategy. He doesn't even do policy the way most leaders of Western democracies do it. He's ad hoc, transactional, episodic. And he sees things largely through the prism of what benefits Donald Trump. So I think what Starmer has to do is think about how to appeal to Trump, not necessarily on the merits of what he wants to talk about, Ukraine or NATO or other subjects, Chagos Islands, but what is it that I can say to Trump that will get him to accept the position that I think is in our mutual best interest?
And what do you think those things are? I mean, already we're seeing, the Prime Minister, he said that the UK was going to up its defence spending, for example. It's nowhere near where the Trump administration is saying they want it to be. But do you think those sorts of things ahead of this kind of meeting does help and sets the groundwork?
Well, it's better than nothing, but getting to 2.5% of GDP for spending on defense by 2027 isn't close to the 5% Trump has called for. Starmer's got to think of ways to get Trump's attention. Like, for example, Trump believes he should get a Nobel Peace Prize for something. Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize in 2009 for no particularly good reason, frankly, and Trump has always wanted one. So Starmer could say, hey, I'll nominate you for a Nobel Peace Prize. That would get his attention. It's pretty clear that Trump likes the British royal family. I would say two of the happiest meetings he ever had in at least my time in the White House were his two meetings with Queen Elizabeth. If Starmer comes and says King Charles is inviting you for a state visit, his eyes will light up, and then maybe they can talk about Ukraine.
Yeah, and speaking of Ukraine, we are expecting Volodymyr Zelensky to travel to Washington and meet with Donald Trump tomorrow. I mean, he himself has been looking for clever ways for Donald Trump to have a stake and skin in the game when it comes to the Ukraine conflict. And that's why we've seen this minerals deal, for example.
What Zelensky really wants to talk about to Trump is security guarantees for Ukraine after a peace deal is negotiated. And I think that's a very heavy lift for him. Again, on the personal side, Trump thinks of Zelensky primarily in the context of the so-called perfect phone call in the summer of 2019 that ultimately led to Trump's first impeachment. And notwithstanding really very extensive efforts by Zelensky in the past 6 months to try and develop a relationship with Trump. No criticism of Zelensky. I don't think it's happened. Trump thinks he's friends with Vladimir Putin, says he trusts him when Putin says he wants peace in Ukraine. And since to Trump, all international relations or the personal relations between leaders of different countries, the odds are stacked against Zelensky, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and just help us understand that. I mean, he tweeted or put out an X statement, or maybe it was on Truth Social, about you, about how you'd enter every room. And he said, you know, you would frighten some of these world leaders because they were convinced that you were ready to go to war with them. And of course, he has also rescinded your, security and protection for you. Where are things now for you personally? Because there are concerns about, Iranian threats against you, for example. Did that come as a shock for you?
Not really. Normally when a person's national security advisor and they leave office, they keep the Secret Service protection for 3 months or 6 months, some period of time, just to be prudent. The day I resigned in 2019, he pulled my Secret Service protection within hours after I had resigned. So I knew he had done it once before. It didn't surprise me. It surprised me a little bit. It came so quickly, but that's your basic Donald Trump. It's petty and vindictive. It will have a negative effect, I think, on other people participating in his government, that they could be left to hang out to dry, faced with a threat from a foreign adversary if they disagree with Trump. But that's the measure of the man.
Would you say that there is something in the idea that Donald Trump's approach is still very much mainstream? I mean, Joe Biden didn't go hard on Russia. President Obama didn't go hard on Russia. I mean, he famously tried to reset the relationship. So it's just Donald Trump's rhetoric, which is different from the other leaders. But his approach isn't necessarily different. I mean, even when you look at Minsk 1 and 2, it was the Russians and the allied nations that were sitting across from each other, not the smaller country that was impacted.
Well, you've just described 12 years of failures of American presidents in the Obama and Biden administrations. That isn't the model I would follow. And in fact, notwithstanding Trump's rhetoric, we did impose a significant number of sanctions, new sanctions on Russia during his first term. He went along kicking and screaming. So he doesn't like to think about it now. But if we had not, for example, if we had in 2014, if Obama had responded strongly to the first effort to annex Crimea and take over the Donbass, if NATO had followed along, that might have deterred Putin in 2022. If we hadn't withdrawn from Afghanistan, which was a Trump agreement implemented, bungled by Biden in the withdrawal, that was a factor, I think, that clearly encouraged Putin to think he could go after Ukraine with impunity.
You've worked very closely with Donald Trump, Ambassador. Do you feel that maybe he does have some kind of method to this madness? There might be some kind of plan, that he does see some kind of peaceful resolution, that he does see himself as some kind of peacemaker, whether it's in Ukraine or the Middle East?
A lot of his supporters say all of these Trumpisms, he's really playing three-dimensional chess, and it's a very, very sophisticated plan. Look, he's playing regular chess one move at a time. That's the way he does it. I described the decisions of his first term as like an archipelago of dots. You can try and draw lines between them, but even he can't.
That was John Bolton, Ambassador John Bolton, Donald Trump's former national security advisor during Trump 1. Well, the Prime Minister's US charm offensive started long before he landed in Washington last night. In a bid to win favour with Donald Trump, the Prime Minister announced plans to cut foreign aid in order to boost defence spending. But what's at stake in this trade-off? The former UN humanitarian chief, Martin Griffiths, told me that there needs to be a significant reset in the way aid funding is managed. Have a listen.
This is new, where we have the USAID collapse. We have the UK Prime Minister a couple of days ago saying that pretty well the same is going to happen to the UK aid programme. And the result is, as somebody has recently said to me, it's unavoidable now because of all this lack of norms, lack of money, lack of faith, lack of humanity, that we must remake the way we deal with people in the world. So it's not just about mediating conflicts anymore, albeit that's super important, but it's about trying to reflect on what is the value of aid, humanitarian development. We clearly haven't made the case very successfully because it's so easily ripped away from us by these decisions. What does it bring in terms of a joined humanity? What does it bring, therefore, in terms of security? Because, of course, people like me would say that actually aiding people and allowing them to engage with their unexpected neighbors and demonstrating that there is a future, all the things you've reported on, and that enhances security. But crucially, and I think this is where the future comes, what is the reset that we want to see? What kind of aid structure do we want to see? Do we still want to see the same big agencies and small local deliverers? Do we want to see a way in which humanitarian development isn't separated by mandate and beliefs and people?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're seeing at the moment, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there is an attempt by taking away aid to sort of burn things down, but we aren't really seeing an attempt to reform and rebuild.
No, we're not. And the worry that I have, and I think you have, is that at the moment, with all the onslaught of these different decisions, as you say, it's not just US, UK, I think Netherlands has done the same, and we see it more broadly. It's partly a reset to the global south and the new donors. It's partly a reset to the new donors who actually host governments in the places of need. But what we don't see at the moment is a preparation in the leadership of humanitarian development agencies to see the way out. Because, of course, they're absolutely frantically and correctly focused on what's going to happen to their programs. Waivers from Washington are now ignored, given a few weeks ago and now ignored, and money's not delivered. People are sacked or furloughed or suspended. They don't know what's happening. So the panic, understandably, is on survival now.
Yes, and we talked there about those leading these programs, but has that message about the cutting of aid and these programs reached those that it was serving, essentially?
I think it's beginning to. You know, it's interesting the time taken to get from turmoil in capitals to the deprived need in cities and villages and deserts across the world. But it's getting there now. And it's partly been slowed down, I think, Yalda, by the fact that it's chaos for these agencies. They don't know if they've been cut or not. There was supposed to be a review period. Now we're told there's nobody left in USAID to do reviews. What do we do with our staff? It's total contradictions. So, and I know from being in close contact with many of these agencies that they're just clutching at straws to see what they should do for their own duty of care, not just to their own staff, but to the people that you mentioned.
What do you recommend? I mean, you've had decades of experience in this field. How do you think that, you know, those who are trying to rebuild and rethink what the future should be, what is the kind of messaging they should put out there, and what kind of restructure needs to take place so that, you know, foreign aid, the importance of that, the soft power of that is taken seriously?
Yeah, well, first of all, it should be taken seriously, and that's our fault, I think, because it's not, clearly. I mean, the first resource for the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom was to get rid of aid. I'm not sure how he looked at other sources of income. He needed money, that's clear. So we haven't made the case after these decades since the Second World War. But I think what is needed, Yalda, is indeed an approach which stresses the following new elements, and they are new. Number one, let's not have big agencies from the north, and of course the UN agencies are the biggest, and they're wonderful people and close friends and do great work, but let's not have them be the dominant power. Let's try to flip the curve. So you have to have a blueprint, I think, to be practical terms, a blueprint which is to be debated, consulted in an iterative way about what is the new business model likely to be, what are the principles upon which it is based, attention to local people, respect for the global south, the need for funding to come from local sources. Communities do all the work for IDPs. You know that, before the agencies arrive. We can't go back. We're not likely ever to go back to the world that we have lived in these last few years. Aid agencies have grown enormously in their numbers, as you know, and now they're having to cut back because there was a wealth of support. We have to actually look 4 years ahead, not just next year. That's demanding a lot. And who does it? Who can do this? It's not fair to ask individual agencies to do this because their primary interest is survival and duty of care to people they serve.
That was the former UN Aid Chief Martin Griffiths speaking to me there a little earlier. Well, that's all for tonight's programme and the entire week. Anna Botting is up next with the news at 10 and more coverage of the Prime Minister's visit to the White House. Thanks so much for watching. Good night.